Like puppets on strings, they dance for a king when he tells them to raid private homes. No person is safe from their self-righteous hate as they occupy cities and towns. Oh, state thugs circle round, just waiting to pound a dissident into the ground. When the people protest, they kneel on their necks and shoot them with gas cans and hard rubber rounds. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders in the streets of LA will find them still standing tall. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders can try as they may, but the people are still standing tall. So send your Marines and your war-made machines, they'll greet them with strength and a song. You can tear down their signs and shatter their lines, but the people will rally and still they march on. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders in the streets of LA will find them still standing tall. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders can try as they may, but the people are still standing tall. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty. In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors. Their their homes and cities shelled, from the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics mainly, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everyone. How we doing, folks? This song pops in my head often. That must mean I'm doing something right alongside the ever-talented Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, everybody. Hello. Gotta let people know we're live. Share the stream, like, comment, and subscribe. You scallywags. All right, we are talking Tucker Carlson, Epstein, ICE, and basically every other kind of mental cancer tonight. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. That's the website where you can chat on screen. There we go, folks. How we doing? How we doing? Did you hear about the UN's trans report, social contagion? I didn't. I have a very limited amount of like spoons, and I can't handle the vast, overwhelming amounts of transphobia that come out on like a near hourly basis during this administration. And so I picked my battles. I picked my attention battles. Doing okay? Mental chaos? Hell yeah. You know how I roll, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Irish Witch Hazel. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Erica. Hello, Zolta. Hello, the Knifiest Duck. Hello, Dice Mistress. Hello. In good news, my mouse scroll wheel fixed itself. So, you know, maybe there is a God. That's my best evidence. Hello, Blaze Tensei. Hello, Eric McKitten. Hello, welcome for your first time, Blaze. Hello, Orvillaby. Hello, Zia Spots. Hello, CR. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Jess Talks Books. I like books too. Blaze Tensei, thank you for subscribing with Prime. First time here, already a subscriber. Look at you go. Hello, Simric. Hello, Ancom Jane. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Vaughn400. Hello, CJ Sonic123. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Peacheek23. Hello, Timmer. Hello, how we doing, folks? Anyone got an update on the Arizona election results, by the way? I haven't been checking, but I know today is the day. Hello! How we doing, Tyrion, the Himalayan salt dragon? Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, one and all. Oof. Hello, Gamerg. Hello, Hoi Polloi. Hello, Super Jack Guy. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello. I just watched Superman. I had to basically skip the entire last stream to avoid spoilers. That's okay. It was a lot of Superman talk. Who's good? Fox? It's Fox. Fox is the good one. Let's see. Went to book club tonight. Ooh, what was the book club? Hello, Bastion. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Canna Bob Rex. And thank you for tolerating me saying your username wrong for like a full-on year and a half. Hello, Default X. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, what? Jack, Seth Staten Watkins, who does the Palestine song on your playlist, has a great version of Can You Hear the People Sing? He does. I was literally just listening to him in the car, and honestly, I have an immense, and maybe you guys probably don't know this about me. I grew up listening to like Irish folk music and like Irish songs. Like my mom just really, really loved them. And the overlap between like Irish folk and resistance / rebellion songs is so fucking good. It's so good. Like Come Out You Black and Tans is like one of the best bits of songs you can have. You're not Irish though, and you can come and take my enjoyment of Irish resistance songs from my cold dead hands. How about that? I'll go IRA on your ass. Let's see. The Diamond Eyes, the fictional account of historic Soviet female spinner. Good read. That sounds cool. Hello! How we doing, Double Chinsy? Hello! I probably didn't say hello to all of you, but you know what? I did my best. Hello, Velvet! Watched Sinners a couple days ago, and now Irish music scares me. That's fair. However, note that the character in Sinners that you're referring to was also the victim of oppression. It's a long cycle of abuse that plays out time and time again. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Come out, you gay and trans. If you're proud, then clap your hands. Phobes will be running home by the morning. I love it. I love it. God, what scene in Sinners wasn't an absolute banger? Also, the first time I watched Sinners, like someone jogged the remote and like the TV like cut during the credits. Don't do that, by the way. I watched it the second time and I realized the movie was like 10 minutes longer. Okay? Y'all need to sit through the credits on Sinners, all right? That's my big film tip to you guys. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Honestly, the movie absolutely works even if you miss that last 10 minutes, but like that last 10 minutes, it's soul healing right there, you know? Still need to see that. It's so fucking good. I'm still in awe of that one sequence. Oh, I fucking know the one. I freaked the fuck out when I was watching it the first time. And I was just like, oh my God, I've never seen a movie do that. I've literally never seen a movie do that. It's so fucking cool. I don't know, just let that entire team and cast like do whatever they want in cinema for the rest of their lives. It was so good. Went to your local community annual meeting tonight. How'd it go, Saki Tanuki? Had to educate my wife on the history of Chinese people in the Mississippi Delta. Yeah, it was really, really cool. Like, I don't know. I like that there were so many threads in that movie that if they sparked your interest, you can just pull on them and learn about an entire aspect of history you might be currently unaware of, you know? It was really, really cool. Like every little detail in that movie, it's meticulous. It's great. Oh, that is good news, Jess. Hell yeah. Not too bad. I ended up getting roped into being my local newscaster after WGABH canned the local public radio. Yo!
Here's an astounding thought. Sinners was not Ryan Coogler's blank check movie. It's the movie that will get him a blank check movie. I can only imagine what he will do next.
Right? Right, Knifey is Duck? It's so fucking cool. I love... You know, I know it's really easy. It's really fucking easy in these times to just be overwhelmed with despair. But, like, good things are still coming. You know, like, we are not condemned to suffer in misery forever. There's still going to be cool shit happening. There's still going to be fun, interesting shit happening. And we still have the possibility of making it all better. You know? So, like, I don't know. Like, take some heart in the fact that people are out there doing cool shit despite everything else that is hitting the fan right now. But Saki Tanuki, you were made your local newscaster? Like, you're now like the voice of local news for your public radio station? That's pretty cool. Where can people tune in? Maybe you can be our correspondent. Let's see. I'm not condemned to suffer forever just until I die. Hey, that's the spirit. But I'm condemned to Missouri. Make Missouri better. You know, like I was reading YouTube comments, something I should never do, but I do it because I love you guys and I want to be aware of kind of where you're all at, right? You know, from time to time anyway. I can't overindulge, otherwise, you know, I'll want to like stop my career. But I just want to point out again, there are still some people out there in the audience who seem to think that, like, when I say, you know, go join your local Democratic Party, that I'm talking about it in the sense of like, yeah, buddy, establishment Dems have your back. Just go join the local Dems and it'll all be all right. But, like, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying you need to join your local Democratic Party as effectively insurgents, as pirates. You need to, like, take control of those vessels and steer them into better waters. Like, that's your mission when you're joining your local Democrats. It's not to, like, empower establishment politicians. It's not to, like, be friends with everyone in high echelons of power. It's to actually gain the power and the sway you need in order to move the party. And one of the ways you can do that is by having some amount of pull within the party while you build power on the outside as well. Like, it's not... I feel like this somehow is a controversial statement when I'm talking about grassroots organizing, but when people look at states like New York City, where Zoran Mamdani just won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York, people are like, oh, yeah, we need more of him. And then it's like, wait, you mean you want us to, like, work within the Democratic Party like Zoran Mamdani did? I'm like, yeah. I want you to go to the biggest centers of power that are the closest aligned to us, and I want you to steal that power for us, for the people. That's what I want you to do. Like, you can, in fact, do that. There's literally nothing stopping you other than the political will to do it. Like, it's honestly nuts. And I've seen it happen multiple times where you go into, like, your local Democratic, like, party, and you'll present an idea that's actually very left-leaning, that aligns with socialist values. And you can even see Zoran Mamdani do this in his speeches, by the way. He frames it as an issue of affordability, right? He talks about the affordability crisis. He talks about it all the time, okay? But, like, all you got to do is go into these democratic spaces and frame it like that, and these people will be eating out of the palm of your hand. They'll think you're a policy genius, especially on the local level. You know, people on the local level often aren't, like, bought off. They're just people in your community who mean well and want the best for their community. You can actually convince them far more easily than you can convince, you know, like a Chuck Schumer type. Okay? I went to my first meeting with my local Dems today and introduced myself. When I told them I'm running for office next year with the intent to be a hardline progressive, half of those in attendance gave me nods of approval. Gee, like, this is what I mean, guys. Like, if you're actually interested in doing shit, this is one of the places where you can get the support necessary to do that cool shit. Let's see. Yeah, honestly, like, the real trick is, like, being able to do it in a way where people like you and don't just, like, hate you because you're, like, an egotistical prick about your policy positions. Remember, folks, you might have correct policy. You still need to be savvy about how you present that policy. I've learned enough German to tell my partner how beautiful she is and that I love her. It feels so good. Aw, Plant, that's adorable. What if I run on referendum? Genuinely, I don't care if someone runs on referendum or not. Like, my biggest concern is just, if that works, great. If that is actually a viable path to power for a progressive leftist movement that gets us closer to, you know, the ideals of a progressive and leftist movement, of rights and prosperity for all working class people, like, I'm all for that. But if it doesn't get us closer to that, we need to do the things that will get us closer to that. You know? That's my position. Like, by hook or by crook, we need to, like, actually get leftists in power, and fast. What's the meme for having great boobs and correct opinions? I don't know. I've never heard that one. I'm just someone who will be announcing the local news happenings on a weekly basis on a YouTube channel. Hell yeah, Sake Tanuki. Dr. Forbin, I never wanted to be left until Trump came along. I gave the right too much compromise. Now as a Dem, I am too compromised because they elected Trump. Yep. I mean, the entire conservative movement has basically been one gigantic Trojan horse for a South will rise again movement, you know? It's just the Confederacy wearing a different shirt. Would running as an independent in a red district be a good idea? Genuinely, it depends, but I will say that there are some promising rumblings of candidates like that in rural, like, parts of the country. I think Montana has an independent running right now. It really depends on, in your local area, how poisoned the Democratic brand is. And if it is sufficiently poisoned, running as an independent might genuinely be the best course of action. Thanks, Fallen Goodman Esquire. My DSA in Connecticut chapter got one of our members elected as a state rep. Hell yeah, Emma Scott. See, this is what I love to see from you guys. I like kind of having a chit chat section at the beginning of stream because I like hearing the cool shit you guys do.
Meeting expecting a lot of squares. One of the speakers had fuck heist earrings and they cheered at be willing to be arrested.
There was literally at the last Democratic meeting that I went to, like this, I don't know, maybe like 65-year-old, 62-year-old guy, long shaggy beard, long gray hair, came. It was his first meeting, and he was talking about like how, hey, we need to actually do something. Like fuck these guys. And like
If your location is Giga Red and
It
you're
was
funny
great.
and smart enough, run in the GOP primary and parody their talking points. Then resign. Swap once you're in.
That would genuinely be a Nathan Fielder, okay? Like run on a Nathan Fielder ass campaign. That would genuinely be one of the most hilarious things that's ever happened in politics. God, I hope Nathan Fielder runs for office. It would be funny as fuck. Dude literally learned how to fly a plane so that he could testify in front of Congress. That's crazy. He got a commercial aircraft license. Dude is on a next level. My local DSA shut down? Yo, what happened? We especially need more diversity in DSA. The electoral meeting I facilitated yesterday was like 80% cis men. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like that is a huge problem, especially, and this might come across, especially in, and this isn't calling you like the local DSA out, but like there are a lot of chapters that alienate people who would otherwise be on board with the DSA platform because there is like this obsession with LARPy bullshit. And I think like when people who are in desperate economic straits, who are, you know, in unions that effectively advocate for them, when they turn up and they see like the LARPy bullshit, they just go, oh no. Oh no, we can't use our energy here. So this is, you also need to join your DSAs to make sure to stamp that LARPy bullshit out. Like people need to be on board with like actually doing shit.
Are you saying the DSA has systemic problems?
Sake Tanuki, you wonderful son of a bitch. Getting the real money's worth out of that sound effect. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. As a 9-year DSA member before it was cool, Jack is 100% right. We get bad rep from the cringe ones, and the cringe ones usually get the news. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, also, I'm not entirely sure that I'm sold on like the caucuses of DSA that are like class reductionist, because I think that actually alienates people who would otherwise be more comfortable joining in lockstep with DSA members. Anyway, we've talked a lot about this. Let's jump into the show, shall we? First, I need to tweak the temperature in here. It's a little bit hot. And I got water. Good night, Charles. Funky Gal, thank you for the
But
tier
on
1
the bright
sub.
side of my money woes only have $140 to my I do have this to celebrate.
Well, thank you for the 51 months, but also, as always, if subscribing would put you in a bad spot, please do not give me money. I want you guys to be safe first and foremost, okay? What's a class reductionist? It's someone that rejects all other understandings of what's going on in the world, and I just I just kind of disagree with that. I think class is extraordinarily important in a way that it undergirds a lot of what happens in the world, but also this is why you need an intersectional understanding of systemic oppression, because if you are intersectional in your understanding, you can kind of understand how the different systems of oppression work together along similar lines. It's really, really important to actually be able to understand that. I have two questions I need you to say yes to. First, is this the Riverboat Jack stream? Yes. Second, will this rock? Yes. In your opinion, is Trump's paving of the White House Rose Garden a non-story or emblematic of how little he cares about American history and culture, or a mix of both? I mean, I don't know that it's emblematic of how little he cares about American history and culture. He genuinely is a deeply incurious person and doesn't give a shit. Like, he would never even think to ask. He just doesn't like it, so he destroys it, right? Like, it's simple as that, right? I don't think it's really a story that I've spent a lot of time thinking about, largely because there's like literal existential fate of the country, fate of the world shit going on a daily basis, and like,
Class reductionists have 8 a.m. classes in university. They abhor class consciousness.
Suck it, Tanuki. Fuck. Oh, damn it. The man could not comprehend an episode of Ted Lasso. You know, I mean, just like every other mainstream, like, conservative talking head, they all have to adopt the same media, the same incurious, illiterate stylings that Donald Trump adopts, you know? Like, that's why you have, like, Ben Shapiro completely unable to understand Superman. You know? It's genuinely a brain rot that is facilitated by you know, the people in power. Speaking of brain rot, everybody, I really, really, really want to highlight one of the most fascinating things I've seen in a hot minute, which is this 1 minute and 35-second long clip, okay, that features Travis. His name is Travis Kalanick, I think. And he's one of the co-founders of Uber, right? And one thing you have to understand about all of these Silicon Valley tech bro billionaires, 100 millionaires, etc., is that they are completely and utterly enraptured with AI technology. And part of the reason that they are is that they are genuinely self-obsessed and have no idea what they are even interacting with. And because it flatters them at every step, because it is not a machine built to, like, actually criticize or to have insight, and rather it is built to regurgitate your own views back at you, these people are just getting progressively more and more cooked. Like, usually you'll have, like, CEOs of companies in a set field or whatever, and they'll be like, well, yes, we've made a product that we're putting out for the general population, but I would never allow my children to use it. These guys can't do that because they're high on their own supply. Here's what I mean. Here's an excellent bit of this from I believe a Gizmodo report. Let's throw this up here, okay?
On a path,
Well, that's the wrong monitor. That's my bad right there. Let's move that over. That's also the wrong monitor. Absolutely nailing this today. There we go.
I'll be up at 4 or 5 in the morning. My day hasn't quite started, but I'm not sleeping anymore. And I'll be on Quora and see some cool quantum physics question or something else I'm looking into, and I'll go down this thread with GPT or Grok, and I'll start to get to the edge of what's known in quantum physics.
Now, understand, this is a guy who's just obscenely wealthy. Like he's just insanely wealthy. He has more money than you could ever possibly imagine having. And he's getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, cooking his brain on the Nazi chatbot, like every morning. You know? Who is this? This is the guy who founded Uber. Okay? Like, all of these tech bros are high on their own supply. He's going and reading Quora and then talking with a chatbot about the ideas he's encountering on Quora.
And then I'm doing the equivalent of vibe coding, except it's vibe physics. And
I want to really emphasize here that because I was very curious, I went and I looked at what kind of educational background that guy has. And he's not a physicist. He dropped out of university. He wasn't pursuing a physics degree either. He was a computer programmer. So he's talking about vibe coding physics. And if you guys don't know what vibe coding is right now, it's basically the phenomenon of up-and-coming programmers, instead of learning how to actually program, are trying to save time by creating prompts to have ChatGPT code for them. And it's essentially just like asking it to create code, and it has a hugely high failure rate. Just as an FYI, like if you are vibe coding, you have no idea what the fuck you're doing. And it's a growing problem in tech, by the way. Winky Mink, thank you for subscribing with Prime. So that's one thing. Like, that's one thing that's happening on the tech side. And he actually has some degree of education when it comes to programming, right? So, but he's talking about an entirely different thing, like code physics, like vibe physics. That's not a thing. That is not a thing. In fact, when I tweeted this out, or I skeeted it out, right? Hilariously, someone who follows me on Blue Sky responded, "Speaking as a computational physicist coming into my last month before my defense, lol, lamau, guffaw even." Because people who actually have knowledge in the field of physics understand how bullshit it is to think that you are effectively, like, I don't know, pioneering a new type of physics by talking with a goddamn chatbot. Like, it's genuinely shockingly stupid. But again, we know from, research that has been done on this now, using AI all the time, as these CEOs are doing, literally rots your brain. It lowers the amount of, like, neurons firing in your brain for different problems when you come to rely on AI. It's like regressive for the connections that form in your brain. Oh yeah,
Speaking as someone who has gone through the
ChatGPT
math
says
of
I'm
deriving the Schrödinger equations, this is what it feels like when you are fundamentally incurious. DKF.
Right? This is what I mean. Like, there is an entire class of people who, because they have been able to amass a certain level of wealth, have simply decided that it's totally fine and justifiable to be incurious about the world.
Vibe coding is just as stupid and ineffective as something like faith healing. It's literally throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it sticks.
It really is. It's faith healing for an entirely new generation, And these people, like, the worst part about it is they're trying to impose their incuriosity on the rest of us. Because they have been lulled into, like, this self-obsessive complacency. They want to do the same to all of us. that they want to gut the Department of Education so that we can't learn. They want to control online discourse so you can't hear counter narratives. They want to do all these things because they crave control, because they're sitting alone in a room with a chatbot that's telling them what a good, moral, and perfect individual they are. They have given up on the very idea of self-improvement because they believe they are the apex of humanity, the God Kings of a new age. You know? That's what they believe, and it's truly insane. Here, let's take a look at this here.
Be damn close to some interesting breakthroughs, and we're approaching what's
because we weren't done, by the way. Just as an FYI, we weren't even halfway through this clip.
And we're approaching what's known, and I'm trying to poke and see if there's breakthroughs to be had. And I've gotten pretty damn close to some interesting breakthroughs just doing that.
Dude literally thinks he's a cutting-edge physicist because he's talked with a chatbot that has validated all of his preconceived beliefs. He's been manipulated by a chatbot into thinking that he's literally Stephen Hawking reincarnated. When we talk about tech bros being high on their own supply, this is what I mean.
I wish I could get some time in front of people like this because I fully believe that I could sell them on building the Matrix.
They would if they could figure out a way to like knock people unconscious and like put them into pods to harvest their brain energy, they absolutely would. Like, these people are just megalomaniacal.
And I pinged Elon at some point. I'm just like, dude, if I'm doing this and I'm super amateur hour physics enthusiast, like, what about all those PhD students and postdocs that are super legit using this tool? And this is pre-Grok 4. Now with Grok 4,
we could, like, I don't know, take like a scrap of Hitler's body and, you know, reanimate him. With Grok 5, we could literally turn him into Mecha Hitler. How about that? Hey, you know that cool game Wolfenstein where the Nazis did all that sick shit? Let's just do that. Let's go, Elon. Like, it's genuinely it's genuinely unhinged bullshit. They're all, like, even among, like, rich assholes like this guy, they're all sycophants to the even bigger rich asshole, right? Which is one of the reasons, by the way, that I talk about how the social dynamics of the ultra
Vibe coders
wealthy,
are amazing.
right?
They let me throw their CV out without having to read it.
Vibe coders really save you a lot of time in the hiring process. Sam News, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Nine-tailed Witch, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate y'all. But, like, understand one of the social dynamics at play here when we get into, like, this echelon of, like, wealth is essentially that, and the person with the larger sum of money is viewed as, like, socially superior.
But Jack, I want to put these guys in pods and harvest their dollars while they live like gods in their heads.
You know, maybe we're like 5 years away from that, Nine-tailed Witch.
I am physicist.
Trains of bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. But, like, what they do is, like, oh, Elon has 100 billion. I am but a humble 2 billionaire. So therefore I must pay my respects to the king. Like, they create their own social hierarchy because at a certain point, the amount of money they have ceases to matter as anything other than a status symbol in the freakish cocktail parties that they all go to. You know, like, that's really all that's happening here. Is like, this guy's like, yeah, I use Grok all the time because, you know, it's what Elon uses. And, you know, I called him up and I said, imagine what the world could do with your technology, bro. Like, all they care about is, like, circle jerking each other. It's crazy. And they want to rule your lives.
Like, there's a lot of mistakes I was seeing Grok make that then I would correct and we would talk about it. Grok
So
4
is
I love the idea. Like, yeah, sure, I was seeing the chatbot make like so many mistakes, but like, you know, then we talk about it, and you know, I'd keep on, you know, making new discoveries in the field of physics. It's just like, do you listen to yourself, man?
But my AI Ayn Rand girlfriend said I was the Ubermensch.
Speaking of, remember yesterday? Remember yesterday when I talked about how Elon Musk launched his AI girlfriend thing? Do you guys remember how, like, not 24 hours ago I was telling you guys about how creepy it was that he had launched like an AI girlfriend app through Twitter, and that app had a romance meter, so that like incels could become more and more obsessed with their Grok based chatbots. Y'all remember that? Here, let me find something for you real quick. Where is this? Do Oh god. I can't find it. People were like already like dressing it up in like skimpy clothing and talking about how great the wank material like Elon Musk had created for them. Like it's genuinely quite gross. Oh, do I not have it? Do I not have it handy? I thought I saved it for later to show you guys, as I usually do, but maybe it was just too gross for me to even save. Do God, where is it? Oh, there we go. Found it. Yeah, so here's the stock goth anime girl AI chatbot companion Elon has made. And here she is if you level up her romance meter. And yeah, I don't know. I just think that maybe releasing this to like a whole ton of people is I think a lot of people are going to get weirdly obsessed with this, and well, comrade girl, you ask, that's not lowly, is it? Now, on the one hand, her character description is that she's 22.
Coding while I'm getting man milked.
Jesus Christ. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. On the other hand, it's very, 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 very clearly based on Elon Musk's like obsession with a character from Death Note. Let me pull her up. Yeah, this is that character from Death Note named Misa. Elon Musk is obsessed with her, and I believe she's like 15 or 16 years old. So, I don't know. No, there's actually no excuse that she's actually 1,000 years old. Surprisingly. I think Misa's an adult. I don't think so. Doesn't like Light Yagami go to high school? Okay, no, she's 19 at the start of the show. Good job, Death Note. Hey, shout out to Death Note for not sexualizing a child. Good job. I award the medal for avoiding creepiness to Death Note. Genuinely a shocking achievement in the field of anime. 19 is still weird. Not when the main character's also around that same age.
It's not even a how do you do fellow 14-year-old kids played by 40-year-old people situation.
Oh god. Anyway, I do like that at least some people are reporting on this accurately. I do like that some of the headlines are at least actually correct. And honestly, I know this sounds hyperbolic, but again, remember, Grok is now being plugged into the Department of Defense. And they have pinky promised and said that they are not going to feed it any more information about Hitler when it's in the Department of Defense. Once it's embedded in all all of the Department of Defense systems, it will not identify as Mecha Hitler anymore. So that's good. Also, just real quick, because we didn't really talk about it yesterday. There was actually another AI chat companion that Elon Musk launched the other day.
Elon should make an AI horse to give to the Death Note lady just in case he is too forward with her.
I think Elon should invent the Death Note and give it to a progressive teen. All right. Just as an FYI.
Are we sure they're not just Stalin to put a different controversial leader in?
Just need to throw this out there. Here's a picture of the other AI companion named Bad Rudy. And I feel like you can maybe see why this would be an incredibly problematic and gross element to add to this chatbot situation. I feel like you can all understand when paired with the other chatbot. Yeah, a literal child character, again, named Bad Rudy. So anyway, this is the chatbot that the founder of the founder of Uber and all these other Silicon Valley tech millionaires and billionaires are talking with on a daily basis and thinking, oh, you're right, Grok. I have learned all there is to know about physics. We live in hell.
And we would talk about it. Grok 4 could be this place where breakthroughs are actually happening, new breakthroughs. So if I'm investing in this space, I would be like, who's got the edge on scientific breakthroughs? And
yeah, who's got the edge on scientific breakthroughs? Definitely not who has the furry child avatar I can chat with and potentially romance. Like, genuinely, I don't know whether or not that furry child character has a romance meter or not. And I don't know if there's anything that prevents a user from adding one in. Again, as we've seen with a lot of these chatbots, it's remarkably easy to break them and get them to say basically anything you want. And I feel like there is some, I don't know. Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. The rich and the powerful of our world are totally willing to be flown out to an elite island where they predate on children together. And I don't think they're above breaking some AI ethics codes to, like, essentially do the same thing, but to a chatbot, because they're gross. These people are gross. God. Anyway, this guy became an expert in physics.
And the application layer on top of these foundational models that orients that direction. Breakthrough.
Just absolute morons. Absolute morons. I give it 2 weeks before they're justifying it by saying it's an AI. They're literally already doing that. Remember, we watched the coverage of that guy who has like who like proposed to an AI girlfriend when he already has a wife and child, and he said he didn't know if he'd leave his AI girlfriend if his wife asked him to. If his real life wife asked him to. This technology breaks human brains. This guy is talking about how Mecha Hitler made him like an expert at physics. That's not an uncharitable read of the situation. That's just the bare text of what has been happening. It's shocking. Oh, God. Not that it's very hard to break brains. It's true. Men, are you okay? Oh, don't you worry, Gamer G. Us women are also going to have our brains broken by AI in short order because they're about to release the next companion slated for release on the Grok AI shit is like a Korean boy band member, and he's broody even. So they're gonna go after the ladies too with this. It's an equal opportunity attempt to break the brains of all of humanity. Oh no, that would work on me, to be honest. Stay strong. Don't give in. Get off of Twitter now before it's too late. Anyway, yeah, the Butlerian Jihad. Butlerian Jihad, anyone? Can I interest anyone? In a Butlerian Jihad. We'll need some people to step up to be mentats, but you know what? I feel like some of us would be happy to do that. Some of us just like numbers that much. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. But first we need to do the Butlerian Jihad, then we'll piece everything together afterwards. We'll go back to an age of like steam-powered locomotives, and I don't know, maybe we'll just have like a steampunk universe, steam-powered bicycles, steam-powered trains, steam-powered streetcars. It'll be nice. It'll be good. Reject the computer, embrace the steam. I'm gonna need to recover my will to live. I'm really sorry. This just made me so mad. I had to talk about it. I had to. My power levels will be high in a steam-powered world. Yeah, I've seen Dr. Stone. I think I could do fairly well. All right. Thank you for for watching the stream for a full hour, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, you guys make this stream possible. I literally couldn't do it without you guys. All of your subs and donos, they go to making sure that I can like do things like move and build my new studio and not die. Things that generally are needed in order to do a show every day. So please consider supporting the show. Thank you for the £2, K-Thing. Remember, Elon Musty has bottom surgery. I don't know what that means, and I don't want to know what that means. Please don't explain it. But thank you for the £2. Will you have a new backdrop? Yes, I will. When I move, I'm going to be in a different room, different lighting conditions. You'll see different stuff behind me. It's gonna be fun, but it's also very very stressful. Jack, I'm playing WoW again. I haven't played WoW since Wrath of the Lich King. Hell yeah. I hope you enjoy it, Plant. I wish I could enjoy MMOs more. I've really tried hard to get into them. They're just not generally my thing. I did like Final Fantasy XIV because I could be a cute cat girl, and I like that. And it was really fun to play dress up, but I was really only interested in the dress up elements of Final Fantasy XIV. So there was a lot of grinding so I could look good in the game. Want an update on the Arizona special election? Boy, do I. Everything I've learned about Elon, I've learned against my will. That's fair. Will there be bisexual lighting? I will do my best. I'm an Outlast Trials man myself. I really liked, I really liked the team behind the Outlast games. But I think I adhere more to the Amnesia side of the spectrum. All games need dress up. It's literally one of my favorite things when I play an RPG, that like your different clothing items like translate to a different character model in the game. I like that a lot. Oh, I was playing Final Fantasy XIV before the bunny girls, but like, damn, I do like those bunny girls in Final Fantasy though. Yes, Bad Bits. I need to play Final Fantasy X-2 on stream because it is the ultimate game for turning someone into either trans or gay or a little bit of both, or just like really freeing yourself from some of the societal expectations placed upon you if you're a cis man. You know? The dress sphere system was absolutely fucking goals. It's genuinely one of the like. Does the story hit as hard as other Final Fantasies? Not really, but you know what? It's basically just a girls' road trip around the really cool like fantasy world, and honestly, more games need to kind of have that vibe. I thought Grijalva might win in Arizona, but that is still disappointing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you played Final Fantasy X and you were still straight. But did you play Final Fantasy X too? Did you play Final Fantasy X too and realize something awakening inside of you? Are we not Deja Fox stands? No, we are. It's just that Grijalva is winning. It's like Final Fantasy 15, but with ladies and more outfits. I was not aware there was a 10 too. Oh fuck! Here, it's one of the best video games. It's genuinely great. Here, you guys ready? I think this is the official trailer.
見たから。あいつだよね。
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna fucking lie to you guys. This character was an entire ass moment for me. Okay?
取り戻したいのか、そうじゃないのか。ずっと過去を追いかけてきたけど。
キーリカの寺院には真実の歴史を記録したスフィアが隠されている。彼らは真実を隠そうとしているのだ。かつての寺院のように。
真が消えて何説が来て、平和な日々がずっと続くと思ってた。
You go through the game collecting dress spheres so that you can do magical girl transformations into different classes, and it's the coolest shit.
私の体震えてる。永遠の何説。それが足元から崩れていくような気がして。あいつが映ってたスフィアってここで撮ったんじゃない？つながっている。何もかもがつながっている。そんな気がするんだ。嘘。なんだ。交換銃だよ。どうして。やめて。やられたいのか。戦うしかないんだ。
Final Fantasy Tactics is the game of cishet allies. It's true. Sorry you're blue. I will relay that to my partner now because I think that's a great idea. All right. Also, can we just like just real quick, okay? Just real fucking quick. The opening for Final Fantasy X-2, all-time banger. All-time banger right here.
In position. It's showtime, girls.
Very cis-het. The story was so stupid, but it was that guilty pleasure stupid.
Oh, 100% Sake Tanuki. This game is heavily influenced by Britney Spears. It's so fucking fun. It's such a fun, like fun game. Also, if you play the game, you'll understand why Yuna didn't get her cousin a ticket to go see her concert. Did I ever get the optional aeons? Fuck no. Does every Final Fantasy have a dance sequence? Unfortunately, no. More of them should, though. Also, just gotta say, I saw someone ask, where should one start if they want to start with Final Fantasy? I would say start with, like, if you want to go kind of like pixel art, go Final Fantasy VI. If you want to go kind of like peak archetypical, like, fantasy Final Fantasy, go with Final Fantasy IX. If you want to see what all the hubbub is about, Final Fantasy VII. And if you want, I don't know, an anti-imperialist narrative, go with Final Fantasy XII. There you go. That's my hot take list. A lot of Final Fantasies do have opera. Final Fantasy IX literally opens with a stage play. Final Fantasy IX is my favorite. That's what I would tell you guys to start with, but that's just me. They're all anti-imperialist? Yeah, but like the 12 is anti-imperialist explicitly about, like, you know, the war on terror, which is really interesting and neat. I want to play 12, but I need to use a level up guide because the system is not intuitive for me. Luckily, all of the updated versions have, like, you can, like, put the game into high speed mode and just, like, grind super easy. But I really like the character work in 12, like, a lot. I need to play Final Fantasy 16. I haven't played that one yet. All right, that was a fun little little diversion. I haven't even done any of our actual segments for today. You missed turn-based games. There are so many turn-based games out there right now. There are so many good ones to check out. Also, I started playing Owl Boy the other day. Like, I had like a few spare minutes and I started playing Owl Boy, and it's charming as fuck. More people should play Owl Boy. Any recommendations? A couple of my recommendations, like, do you like turn-based tactics games or like turn-based RPGs? Like, where it's like, you know what I mean. What? Thank you for the $2 super chat. Okay, if you want something that's kind of like turn-based tactic-y in the vein of like Fire Emblem, Banner of the Maid is actually really, really solid. And it's basically, I think, the closest we've got to like a really solid, like, Fire Emblem-like game. Deltarune, obviously. Capes is out. I don't know, what are a couple of the other ones that I got that I haven't dived into enough. Dove into enough? You understand. Oh, they released a Chrono Cross remaster. You should check that out. Chrono Cross slaps. You should also check out Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery if you haven't, because that game is cool as shit. I'm just looking. Oh, Dragon Quest 11. Dragon Quest 11 is cool as shit. You should also check that one out. Oh, and Metaphor ReFantazio. I need to like finish that game on stream someday, but like that game is super fucking cool. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 also is just top fucking tier. I need to check out Rogue Trader. I heard that was really good, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. All right, real quick. Let's keep on keeping on here. All right, are you guys ready to see some of the funniest shit? Hey chat, are you guys ready to see some truly... Oh, wait. Straw Hat Monty? Yes. Sea of Stars? And I want to follow that up with another, like, really great indie project. Chained Echoes. Chained Echoes and Sea of Stars are some top-tier pixel art, like RPGs. Go check those out. They're so fucking good. Chained Echoes made me cry. It's got some of that old school, like, I don't know, Golden Sun vibes. Here, if you guys don't know what Chained Echoes is, real quick. Here. God. So loud.
Yet? At this point, saying you are a Republican is a confession of utterly negligent ignorance or of being a PDF file. Donating now because likely to leave early. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $10 super chat. And also, we have not talked about it yet. We're going to. And I agree with you. Also, yes, Chained Echoes has essentially Gundams.
It's so good. One guy spent like 10 years developing it. And it honestly, like, hats off to Matthias Linda, because, like, holy shit, you fucking nailed it. All right. Anyway, I just really like Chained Echoes. The music is so good, isn't it? God. It's probably at a decent price too. Yeah, Sea of Stars is also really, really good. Gundams like Xenogears, yes. Basically, if you ever played an RPG from like the 90s and early 2000s that you really loved, this is an homage to everything that made those games great. Also, you know what? Fuck it. We're also just going to look at the trailer for Sea of Stars real quick. It's my show, and I can watch video game trailers to tell you what's cool if I want to. Here. Yeah, I don't know. Video games are cool, and I understand people who like dislike these types of games because they feel clunky and aren't like fluid action games. But like, I don't know. I view them as like puzzle games more than anything else. Ever play Evo and Search for the Garden on SNES? I have not. One person made this, or a studio? One person made Chained Echoes. I think a studio made Sea of Stars, but like a pretty small one. Every video game trailer is Stunlock. I add more new games to my Steam wishlist. Hell yeah. Yeah, this one does have kind of a slower paced Mario RPG feel. And I like that. You know, I like the artistry and like the attention to detail you can see in some of these games. Like, I don't know how many of you noticed this, but like, there's this part right here, right? This really fucking impressed me. Just like different character animations here for sliding along the diagonal cliff. You know, like that's cool. That you added an entire animation for that. Like how often is that going to be used? Probably not super often, but like, damn, it adds a bit of depth. Like, look at this, right? See, like just the slight re-angling of the animation to go up this this wall here, like it really adds a bit more depth to what's happening in the, I don't know, exploration phase of the game. Same here. I just think that's really cool. Like, to me, that indicates like a love letter. You know, like that's like you understood the assignment and you just like went above and beyond the requirements. And I really like that. Yo, Irish Witch Hazel, Eichenfell is also a really, really great game that I would highly recommend. And I'm only slightly biased because years ago, prior to Eichenfell coming out, I actually interviewed the guy who made Eichenfell. He's a real sweetie. I liked that interview a lot. Yeah, also Chained Echoes, like the story went above what I was expecting, and I thought it was really, really fun. I have not played Still Wakes the Deep. I do have it, and I really want to play it, but I haven't. I'm just gonna like throw it up on stream one of these days, and we're just gonna like knock it out in one sitting, and it's gonna be great. Are we gonna be discussing politics soon? Yes, I just keep getting distracted because people keep talking about cool ass games. Here we go. So, folks, you want to hear something funny? You guys want to see something funny? Because this is maybe one of the best things I've seen in a hot minute come out of politics. And I present it to you just as it was initially presented to the world, without comment. This was posted without any commentary on Andrew Cuomo's Threads account. And it's some real, yeah, Gamer G, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's some real how do you do, fellow kids from the Andrew Cuomo campaign. Not only that, but some people have pointed out, and I'm not like a car person, so chat, can you tell me if this is true? It really seems like he puts on the like the jump start cables. He's putting them on wrong, right? Like, that looks like he's putting them on wrong. Yeah, he's doing this wrong. This can get you like electrocuted, right? Like this can like straight up kill you if you do it wrong, right? I don't know. I just thought this is very, very funny. The thing that makes Zoran Mamdani's campaign ads great is that he's not setting up situations like this. You know, like this is very clearly staged. And I want to show you one part that immediately stood out to me. Okay, pay attention to the hands. And in case you guys didn't see it, here, let's just throw this up here real quick because this was funny as fuck. Yeah. Like, what the fuck are those hands doing? It's like a great escape going on here for the hand. It's like it's getting out of there. Whoop! Getting out of there. Can he be more out of touch? I don't know. Like, I've never seen someone literally be out of touch before. I've just never seen that happen. What the fuck? It's the kind of handshake you give when you are literally out of touch. That kid was just like, nah, I'm out of here. I'm getting out of that touch.
I'm ready for paper covers rock levels.
Oh God. Whew. It's just, I don't know. I'm really happy that Andrew Cuomo is staying in the race. I really appreciate it. I think it's great. I literally turned to my partner when I heard that he was doubling down and staying in, and that Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo are like fighting each other. I was just like, oh great, we're gonna like in New York, they're gonna split the dipshit vote. You know, half the dipshits are gonna vote for Cuomo, the other half are gonna vote for Adams, and then all of the sane, normal people who want things to get better and not worse are gonna vote for Zoran Mamdani. This is genuinely the best case scenario for the Zoran Mamdani campaign. And I want to like add just a little cherry on top. Just want a little cherry on top here. From the city, as of 4 hours ago, Mamdani nets record fundraising haul while Adams and Cuomo strike out on matching funds. So that's pretty great. That's pretty great. His chief rivals for the general election, meanwhile, had more fraught post-primary experiences. Mayor Eric Adams, who skipped the primary in the wake of a federal criminal indictment and its extraordinary cancellation by President Donald Trump's Justice Department, lost out on his continued plea for public dollars from the Campaign Finance Board as an independent candidate with just 16 weeks until the final showdown on November 4th. And the Democrat Mamdani sadly defeated former Governor Andrew Cuomo, also got no matching funds because he didn't ask for any. Cuomo stopped raising funds in May after maxing out on the nearly $8 million primary spending cap. After he lost to Mamdani by 12 points June 24th, he went for weeks not clarifying whether he intended to run in November on a third-party line he'd set up. On Monday, Cuomo jumped back into the race. So, Andrew Cuomo literally just left $1 million of matching funds sitting on the table for no reason, because everyone that's not Zoran Mamdani in this campaign is an absolute dipshit. Like that's really all that's happening here. It's honestly great. I love to see the Democratic establishment implode in panic over Zoran Mamdani. There's been a worry about Obama making his infamous phone calls again. I don't know that we got to worry about that in New York City. I don't think the New York City political apparatus has, I don't think Obama has the sway over that, you know? Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for gifting a sub to Hellbound Hillbilly. It's really kind of you. So, like, I just think that this is honestly great. You know, the bad guys have lost out on funds. The good guy is maxed out on funds. We're heading into a general election in a relatively short order here with no clear path forward for any kind of coherent challenge to Zoran Mamdani. The best that they have is Andrew Cuomo going, okay, everyone. So everyone else in the race, we should all pledge that whoever is in the lead compared to Zoran Mamdani, all of us are going to drop out and fall in line behind that challenger to Zoran Mamdani, right? And Mayor Eric Adams is just like, fuck you. I'm not doing that. I'm staying in the race. So, like, honestly, I hope this continues. I hope this continues. if Mamdani wins, the establishment Dems need to start paying attention. It's honestly been crazy because I've been seeing different articles in like Politico and on CNN and stuff about Democrats looking for answers. How do they move forward? And like none of them talk about Zoran Mamdani because it's like he's the elephant in the room, you know, like none of them want to talk about it because all of these articles are planted by consultants trying to like gin up like monetary support for their firms.
It is a genuinely weird thing in a four-way race to have the second best candidate be Curtis Sliwa.
I gotta be honest with you, Paladin. First of all, thank you for the $10 dono. But second of all, I keep forgetting that Curtis Sliwa is in the race, or Sliwa, however you say his last name. I keep forgetting that he's in the race because he's such like a hateful non-entity in New York politics. Like I just don't think about him. It's so good. Siwa? All right. Sewer Siwa? Yeah. Zoran and Kat Abou-Ghazaleh are showing you idiots the way. They really are. They really are. Anyway, progressives and leftists stay winning. Join DSA and help raise up the next Zoran Mamdani in your neck of the woods. We can do this, folks. It is possible, despite all of the establishment barriers erected before us, it is possible for us to win, okay? And we must win. We must meet the moment, get involved with DSA, get involved with your local Dems, radicalize them to better positions, make them more effective, even if they go kicking and screaming, drag them into an effective future, all right? That's what we got to do. So join our Discord. You can reach out to Gamergy for DSA tips, how to connect with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly to connect with your local Dems. We will facilitate that. And I got to be honest, we have a growing number of people in this community forming a not insubstantial number of DSA members. And look, together, we can actually make this organization work for us, and we will do that. So come join us. Look at us. Who'd have thought? Not me. My MAGA friend apparently can't say his name right upon reading up. She apparently always votes for him? What? Why? He's famous for being like a subway vigilante. Oh god. Also, folks, click the like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the like button. Do the thing. I'm gonna look at how many likes we have on YouTube. Don't you disappoint me, YouTube chat. Don't you break my heart. Don't you do it. Oh my god, my heart is fucking broken. We have like 250 people watching right now, and we only have less than 100 likes. What are you doing to me, Shimps? What are you doing to me? I brought you into this world. I'll goddamn take you all out. That was a bit extreme. I apologize. A vigilante in the sense of a guy who gives sandwiches to the poor, or the other thing? Well, first of all, I've never heard of the feeding the homeless vigilante, but I guess I'm behind that kind of vigilante. I've just never heard stories of this kind. No, we're talking about the other kind. You know, the ones that like just beat up minorities. Why have I not watched your stream in so long? It makes me so hopeful and focused. Hell yeah, Nasho Hash. And I don't know, you're probably real busy. You know, time sneaks up on you. I understand. Yeah, hit the button, chat. Oh yeah, not the Black Panthers good guys. No, the other kind. No, click the button. Click the button.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button.
Sandwich vigilante. They call him the hero.
Click the button. Click the
Yes, Velvet. Yes.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button.
God damn, that was good.
Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button.
Imagine being Mario
Click the
Cuomo,
button.
raging announcer
Click the button.
extraordinaire, and having his two literal failed puns.
Love this tune? That's because we all love Jazz Dog here. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And like, Mario Cuomo's dead, right? Like, I certainly hope so, because like, goddamn, it'd be a terrible feeling to watch his 2 sons just absolutely bumblefuck around the political arena. Just constant bumblefuckery. Hello, bread and toast. Sorry, I just realized I made that up from whole cloth as a coping mechanism. Good evening. That's okay. You know what? Sometimes you need a whole cloth. So you can wrap up a sandwich in a picnic basket and take it out to feed it to people vigilante style. I sometimes chat, you guys are just too goddamn funny. This is something, by the way, that like some people in the comments on YouTube have noted, where like they'd be like, you know, I like your show just fine, but your chat is way funnier than you. And it's true, you guys are funnier than me sometimes. But like, I don't know, how do I top comments like he touched Goomba and what? Wow! Like, how do I top that? I can't. How do I top the sandwich vigilante being called the hero? I can't. Sometimes you guys just reach the summit of the summit of hilarity. And you know, I can but appreciate the beauty of your sunsets. We are hilarious. You guys are. Together, we create a pantheon of
Quiznos.
comedy.
Not the hero we need, but the hero we deserve.
Oh god, the fucking little Quiznos guys. The horrible little Quiznos rats going around trying to feed people. God. To top it, you need to choose not to be a bottom. Hey. But how can I choose to not be a bottom? You know, when
You look like a bitch.
I do. I do. All right. That was a fun segment. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Thank you all. Also, us cracking jokes together, I think it helps. I think it helps to genuinely withstand the whole situation we see unfolding day after day. Now, I don't think this will be like a segment or anything, but just real quick. Hey, you know how Donald Trump is very clearly losing like more than a few steps when it comes to his mental prowess? Monster Energy, excuse you, this is a monster rehab. It is effectively a lemonade with only 25 calories and all of the caffeine I need to do the job that I do. That being said, this is Donald Trump once again bragging about his mental faculties being pristine.
And, you know, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best. Now, I took my test. I took a real test at Walter Reed Medical Center and I aced it. I got every one of all those questions right. Now it's time for them to take a test. Anyway, have a good time. I like Dan Bongino, yeah.
Mr. President, do you think Putin respects you and takes your threats seriously?
I just have to, like, this guy is talking about other people's, like, intelligence. Well, talking about forcing members of Congress to take IQ tests. First of all, IQ is bullshit. It was made up by race scientists. Well, that's a lie. It was invented by a French teacher to assess the reading comprehension of his students in the 4th grade. And then race scientists took that and co-opted it as a general idea of how smart people are, and it's deeply flawed because it's been co-opted by race science. That being said, dude is comparing an IQ test, which is one thing, to the test that he took, which he calls a real test. Now, it is true that the test he took was a real test. It just wasn't an IQ test, and it wasn't designed to assess his intelligence. The test that he is constantly bragging about was a test for early onset dementia. Just as an FYI, he was taking a test to determine whether or not he had early onset dementia. And he's still bragging about the results almost a decade later. Like, that's not a good sign. If you're bragging about how you did on a dementia test, that's actually not a good sign at all, because it kind of indicates you don't understand what the test was even for. And it kind of also indicates, if you're fixated on something that happened that long ago as if you just aced it, kind of indicates maybe maybe that early onset dementia is just onsetting, you know? Let's just throw that out there. A whole ass decade ago, probably not a whole ass decade ago, probably like 8 years ago, like 2017, 2018. My grandma passed that test and she actually had dementia, something the doctor recognized. That's interesting. It's interesting that someone with dementia can still pass that test. I wonder if Donald Trump has taken any other dementia tests lately. I would love to know. Because it's kind of weird that he keeps talking about that one test from like 7 or 8 years ago and not about one he took, I don't know, last year. You know, some kind of physical and mental assessment that he took prior to becoming president this time around. Seems like maybe we'd want that. I don't know. I'm just curious. Stephen Miller will never allow it. Yeah, Stephen Miller wants to mold him like clay. Is there a moron test? I mean, there used to be, quite literally. Moron used to be a medical term. Let's not forget. Also, I'm not going to talk about it in depth, but I am going to link this in chat because I think it's really, really important. We'll talk about this more on a new day, but this piece in the American Prospect is really fucking good. And I think you all should read it to really understand one of the things that is barreling down upon us imminently when it comes to what the budget bill did in the immediate sense for our hospital system across the United States. short answer is that rural areas of the country and poorer areas of the country in urban areas are going to get hit by this hard. And there's not really going to be like places where you don't feel the effects of this bill. This is going to be like, I don't know, beds in the hallways of every major hospital in America that isn't shutting down because of patients getting rerouted from rural areas into places where the hospitals are still up and running. A lot of hospitals are going to close down, and it's going to be incredibly ugly, and people are directly going to die as a result of needing to go farther for their medical care. Yeah, it's not great. One of the aspects of this, though, that the prospect breaks down is that a large amount of this money is also going to go to consultants. It's going to be siphoned away in order to means test the work requirements for Medicaid in states. And it works out to something like $8,000 per enrollee in some states. $8,000 per person in order to test that they are, meeting all of the requirements to actually be enrolled on Medicaid. It's real gross. It's real fucking gross and bad.
A study found that millions of people don't realize that they're on Medicaid because states don't call it Medicaid.
Yep.
And those people don't realize how screwed they are.
Yep. And Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. And also, you are 100% correct. The vast majority of births in this country are covered by Medicaid. If they weren't, and they aren't going to be for much longer, like, people are just going to, like, out of necessity, like, you can see how this is just like a compounding problem, right? Where, like, suddenly it's not just like a life-threatening risk you're taking if you're having a baby. You're also going to be saddled with an ungodly amount of debt if you're not on Medicaid. And, like, that's going to be really fucking bad. Like, people are just going to die because they try and do at-home births. People are going to die because they're trying to do, like, at-home illegal abortions. You can see how this is all going to be, like, absolute abject misery. Whew. Wait, a lot of these assholes are natalist and nativists. Why are they taking coverage away from births? Because the nativism and natalism is only for a certain type of person. And namely, that certain type of person is wealthy white people. They don't actually care about declining birth rates as a whole. What they care about is declining birth rates of the right kind of people. It's why these people aren't like, it's why they're like, well, the global population is fine because other countries still have very high birth rates, and we'll figure things out as, like, society progresses and develops. Like, they never have that, like, larger view. Instead, they have a hair on fire take on it because they're looking at the birth rate of wealthy white people. And a large portion of, like, this bill is going to, like, absolutely wreck Planned Parenthoods. It's going to be really, really bad. But I think it's worth reading through this prospect article just to understand exactly what's coming down the pipeline. And I highly recommend it. I'll do a more coherent segment on this in the future, but, like, understand what's happening. We need to understand it if we hope to reverse it or defeat it, What most people don't understand is most people that have kids in America now are very comfortable people or broke people because pregnancy and maternal care is so expensive. You either have it covered because you're rich or because you're so poor you have free health care on Medicaid. Yeah, something along those lines, yeah. I genuinely don't understand what the Republican plan is. It's really hard to maintain power once society crumbles. Ask the House of Bourbon and Romanov about it. Well, to kind of give you a sketch, I think there are a couple different plans in Republican circles, right? On the one hand, you have accelerationists, which includes like the techno, Silicon Valley fascist types, where they're actively kind of cheering for the societal destruction because they think that no matter what happens, they're going to rise out on top. And then once society crumbles, they're going to be left as kind of the de facto centers of power for their own little fiefdoms and city states, And then you have like the ultra nationalist types who, and I think this is embodied by a growing contingent of the Republicans like that are kind of coming together under Tucker Carlson, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But they want to like build a geopolitical powerhouse that is able to effectively launch a new wave of colonialism on the face of the earth. They want to colonize the rest of the globe using America's might, and like, that is an attractive option for a lot of conservatives. Right? But they are at the moment a minority within the GOP. Then there is the third and largest contingent at the moment, which is the Trump fascist contingent. And they don't have a plan. They're a death cult. Like they are dedicated to Donald Trump's ends, which are personal enrichment and self-aggrandizement. Like that's it. And if that requires their sacrifice, they're absolutely willing to throw themselves into the mouth of the volcano. So you have like the accelerationists who think that they're going to come out the other side okay. You have the ultranationalists who genuinely have an interest in rebuilding America, but as like, an evil empire. And then you have the fascists who are willing to burn out everything, including themselves, for power. So that's kind of what's going on in the Republican Party right now. Jack, if society crumbles, then America won't have any might. Well, again, these people are stupid, so they believe that America's might lies in its military and it needs nothing else. They just don't think that like the entire apparatus that allows the military to exist is built on the backs of American workers. They just don't understand it. Yep. Anyway, in case any of y'all are wondering what I mean about that third group, I saw this across my timeline, and yeah, Donald Trump asked Vladimir Zelensky if Ukraine could hit Moscow, and he encouraged Zelensky to step up deeper strikes into Russia. So that's great. When we talk about death cult mentality, hey, look at that. Just, this is the no new wars president advocating a drastic escalation of one of the longer conflicts. Frankly based, Russia won't nuke. I don't know about that one. I think they might believe Donald Trump is weak enough that they could get away with nuking Ukraine. I just think that like it's bad. Let me put it this way. It's really fucking bad if there are news articles about Donald Trump being a ham-handed dipshit on a call that's being listened in on by other people to call for striking Moscow. That's actually bad. If you're gonna do that, you gotta do that over a secure line, for fuck's sake. How many World War III scenarios do we have to live through until we can sleep knowing he isn't constantly threatening it? Well, I'd love to give an answer to that, but I don't think I can. That being said, I just absolutely unrelatedly remembered this Kirby meme that I liked last night. I wanted to share it with you guys. It's just a funny Kirby meme. Let me see here. It's just totally... I don't know why I thought of it just now. Yeah, pull this up. Yeah, here it is. Found it.
Okay. Let's kill him. Let's kill this guy. Let's beat him to death with hammers. Okay.
It's really mean of King Dedede to say that about Kirby, but I forgot what the question was. Luckily, Kirby's indestructible, so if you hit him with hammers, nothing happens. I can't believe Northern Lion is going to kill Kirby. That's fucked up. Oh, God. Anyway, I thought that was fun. Hey, do you guys want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein? Do you guys want to jump into like a segment about this Jeffrey Epstein fellow? How many of you have heard of this guy? I'm just hearing about him now for the first time. Do we have to? What if I told you it'd be really funny? What if I told you it would be it'd be excellent content? Many people are saying this, indeed. Marxist Boogie Woman is such a great username. I love it. Before we get too deep into this, folks, like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things that help the channel grow. Now let's talk a little bit about what's been happening in this Jeffrey Epstein implosion that has been going on, because I gotta be honest, folks, it's really funny. It's really funny. Like, super, super funny. Here's from earlier today. He was approached by the press, Donald Trump, and asked about the man who once described himself as Donald Trump's closest friend for about 10 years. So let's hear what Donald had to say about Jeffrey Epstein.
How many more states? On Epstein, the Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on that.
What? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein.
Okay.
On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you? What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No. She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden information, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through.
You need to stop saying underage women. Underage women
God.
are called children.
That is true. That is what an underage woman would be called, a child.
We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
On Texas. How many?
I just want to point out that, like, I don't know, I think it's kind of weird that if there's nothing to this, that one would receive a briefing on the files. I feel like it's kind of a weird move to talk about how you were briefed on said files, but then say that the files were all made up. Like, this is maybe one of the moments I've ever seen where I would say this is Donald Trump genuinely afraid of something. Because this is a really weird way to phrase this if you're not afraid of it coming out. Let me put it that way. Yeah, he's running away. He's like I've never seen him this
It's even weirder to
skittish.
say you were briefed on the Epstein files.
Saki Tanuki, you beautiful son of a bitch with your jokes and your humor. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But like, I just think it is fascinating. I think it's fascinating, and I gotta say, guys, this has legs. This is not gonna just kind of go away. And I know that like folks like Charlie Kirk here have really turned the corner on this after receiving phone calls directly from the President of the United States, which, again, if this is a fake story, pretty weird that the President of the United States would call a conservative podcaster. That's like the President of the United States calling me about something I said on my show. That's weird. That's not a normal thing to do.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last.
By the way, I love that the people who've been talking about how you can't trust the government to do anything are suddenly very, very, very trusting of the U.S. government right at this particular moment. You know, like, I don't trust the government with anything, but I do trust him with the Epstein files. It just that doesn't hit. That doesn't land at all.
This weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine. Honestly.
So like I don't know. I find that quite interesting. You know, it's interesting how pliable the conservative media is on this particular issue. Right? Also, just throwing this out there here, Democrats are actually, you know, stepping up and I don't know, attacking and recognizing a weakness when they see it, which is refreshing. It's refreshing to see that from Democrats. Here's AOC. Wow, who'd have thought that electing a rapist would have complicated the release of the Epstein files? Yeah. Honestly, great. More of this, please. Yeah, I want people to like stop playing with kid gloves when it comes to like the ghouls that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Another great moment here is John Ossoff. I mean, like, damn, more politicians need to step up and say this shit with their whole chest.
President Trump promised to end the wars. He promised to release the Epstein files. Did anyone really think the sexual predator president who used to party with Jeffrey Epstein was going to release the Epstein files?
No. No one did. But you know what? Every moment that goes by, he should be getting shellacked for this. Okay? Every moment that goes by, he should be getting absolutely pilloried by Democrats. Okay? here is Asmongold. You know, like, again, when you've lost like the dipshit conservative base, like the dumbest man on the internet, Asmongold, is even going like, hey, wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, wait a minute. My rat clock is going off. My roach senses are tingling.
So this is apparently, she gonna go out and say this shit?
What's up, guys? This has been a practice in how to not handle a scandal inside of the Trump administration with the...
Okay, yeah, by the way, a lot of this video is just him listening to Benny Johnson read an article, which is not particularly interesting, but let's go ahead here.
Thought he was good? Are you, what do you mean you thought he was good? How could you think this?
Yeah.
But I wasn't in the indictment. So I wasn't mentioned. I wasn't even one of the co-conspirators.
And too many of my colleagues, I'm afraid, are compromised in this area for whatever reason. Somebody's whispered in their ear.
That's right, brother. That's right. You got to hold them accountable. Let them know. That's right.
Who is this? This is Asmongold, the Roach Man. He's a conservative.
Hey, you don't want something to come out on something else. You better keep your mouth shut on this. And that's exactly what they've done. And
wait, why are the Epstein files so important, though? Why do I care what Epstein did or didn't do? Aren't actual policies more important? Well, part of the reason why the Epstein files are so important is because Jeffrey Epstein, no one knows how he made his incredibly huge fortune outside of speculation that he was blackmailing rich and powerful people in order to get said funds, right? So his method of blackmail involved whining and dining guests, bringing them to his private island, and then getting them to fuck children. That's that, and then he would have that on camera, he would have that on film. He would then be able to use that as an immense amount of leverage over them. That's kind of the speculation of how Jeffrey Epstein built his power and his wealth. And because he was so powerful, the Epstein list, you know, the list of clients who visited the Epstein Island and participated in these activities, the list of blackmail is supposedly very large, and it involves some of the most powerful people on the planet. You know, people who have been implicated in this are, you know, Alan Dershowitz, Prince Andrew. You know, we're talking like royalty and world leaders here. And it is also compounded by the fact that the conservative movement has built a huge pillar of their support for Donald Trump on the idea that he is going to drain the swamp. And part of draining the swamp was pushed by QAnon. The idea that essentially Donald Trump was going to come into power, and part of him coming into power would involve him exposing all of the evil pedophile rapists, etc., like exposing the gigantic plot of the deep state. And a central component of that is the Jeffrey Epstein list, right? And so part of the reason why it's really important is because, one, an immense amount of harm was done to a huge number of women who were at the time children. You know, they have grown up now, many of them. Many of them have not, because they took their lives. And so, like, it's an incredibly tragic thing. There is a desire and a need for justice for these people, but also because there's like a need for accounting. You know, like there's a I don't know. I think all of us believe on a certain level that if someone harms a child in that way, they should be held to account for it. And that is also compounded by the fact that, like, because there is this pillar that was built specifically on this thing, it has the capacity to fracture the Republican movement. Already you can see people like Tucker Carlson making moves to try and capitalize on this by essentially saying, look at how Donald Trump has sold us out to the globalist elites. And, you know, like he's making his move to rebuild his power base, and it's actually kind of scary, you know? But for the average person, there was a genuine belief there that Donald Trump was going to reveal the Epstein list and there would be this accounting, this justice. And especially because the fanaticism around this in conservative circles, like, rose to the level of cult. Like, there were people, like, praying for this. There were people killing their own children because they feared what might happen to them because of this. And so when we're talking about why this is important, what we're seeing are a bunch of people for the very first time being like, being given a shake and being like, wait a minute, could it be that this man who's been nothing but a liar to us this entire time is actually a liar? Like, for some people, this is like the straw that broke the camel's back. And, like, I'm not saying for us that we need to, like, court the support of people who are still very much in the orbit of conservatism, but I am saying it is good for us to know that there are these fractures, that this power base that is trying to be projected as the will of the people by the Republican Party is actually not at all unified. And so I think that this is actually maybe one of the more important stories that has happened recently, especially because there is a chance that Donald Trump is implicated in this, in those papers, as somebody who, again, was one of Jeffrey Epstein's longtime friends. And if the current president of the United States gets implicated in this, or if someone leaks that he's implicated in this, I mean, there is a real chance that some shit goes down. So, yeah. Apparently, Massey is trying to rally Congress to force out the Epstein files. Check Politico. No, there are a couple Republicans trying to get the Epstein files released. You can see Asmongold reacting to one of them here, but a lot of the Republican Party is trying to kill this. And again, without knowing the details of what's actually in this, it is interesting to speculate as to why that might be. You know? How do you see the Trump admin wiggling and worming their way out of this conundrum? Like, realistically, how do you see it all playing out? I mean, the best case scenario for them right now is just that the story gets dropped and they move on to a different part of the press cycle. The issue for them is that they have deliberately cultivated and courted a base. They ran on releasing the Epstein files. Like, numerous members of the current administration ran specifically on that.
I would argue you did drain the swamp. You know what happens when you drain a swamp. You reveal all the monsters that were submerged the whole time. GOP or them.
True. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Yeah, I mean, like, there's also, like, a lot of weird stuff. There are allegations Epstein was working with the CIA and Mossad for Israel. I don't know how much of that is substantiated, but like a lot of things around Jeffrey Epstein, there's some really weird shit. And I think that, frankly, I don't care, for example, if Bill Clinton is implicated. I don't care if Democrats are implicated in this. I don't care if, like, our scientific faves are implicated in this or whatever. Like, I think that this stuff should come out, because ultimately I think it will help Democrats and it will massively hurt Republicans. And also, I just think it's the right thing to do.
And it continues to go, whether it's the honeypot that the Russians used to use or something worse. I don't know, but it's clearly, you see that up and down the line. You see good conservatives vote for liberal policies. And
So you're saying that right now, currently ongoing in our Congress, there are members of Congress who have been compromised by either special...
defense I have heard, do you want us to release child porn? They admit that Epstein had photos as blackmail with that statement.
I mean, yeah, like, I don't know, like, all of the excuses not to release it ring hollow.
I mean, any
and
Republicans
indicate they
who
have
aren't in the
they have
Epstein
shit.
files basically stand to inherit the entire party if they're released. Since we know Trump and most of the Republicans are in them.
I mean, that's true, Akumi. And that's kind of why I'm like, I hope that we need to keep this story alive, because the longer this is alive and the longer this is relevant, the more likely it is that whatever information there is falls into the hands of someone who is inclined to leak this information as like a way of stabbing Trump and the entire MAGA movement in the back in order to inherit the party. One of the things I personally fear, for example, is Tucker Carlson ally. And that might seem kind of silly, but Tucker Carlson is an incredibly wealthy man. He stands to inherit the entire Swanson frozen food fortune. Okay? He comes from an incredibly wealthy family. He has an incredible amount of sway in Republican politics. And like, he's well positioned in DC. And if one of his guys get access to this information, he has the ability to break this. Break this out. And while I would celebrate the fall of MAGA and the fall of Trump, there is a very dangerous possibility in the ascendancy of someone like Tucker Carlson, who is a true believer in kind of a neo-fascist colonial empire, you know? I'm very worried about that. But either way, I hope that these documents come out because I think that for all of the money and all of the influence he might potentially get, I think that we can out-organize Tucker Carlson any day of the week with people like you guys. So, that being said, let's finish this clip.
Interests or the intelligence community to not give the American public information on Jeffrey Epstein?
I believe so. 100%. 100%. I want to tell you one quick thing. I know it's a little different, but I've been involved in the UFO UAP issue, and it's, like I said, I'm not going to bring out little green men and a flying saucer, but it's about transparency. I had an amendment on the FAA reauthorization bill.
Name them. Name them. I really hate how everybody is going and talking about how this is going to come out and all these people are compromised and all this shit's happening. But like, then just name, like, at least put somebody's name out there.
Super Jet Guy, which poison do we take? We take whichever poison is weakest, and then we beat the shit. You know? Like, we take whatever's weakest, and then we buff ourselves up to survive. That's what we do.
Because all they need to do, see, the thing is that all you need to do is have one domino fall, and then I think that things will kind of collapse around after that.
That said, if an American pilot sees a UAP, an anomaly or something, and they make a report to the FAA, that report has to be made available to Congress. I was told by the whip.
I don't care about this. Just, here we go.
Who it is. They got to find out who it is. And as soon as you start putting out names and stuff like that, the thing is that it's easy how people know these, but they're all afraid to talk. Yeah, you know what I think it is? I'm going to be real. I think half of them are lying.
Guys, do you understand how bad at lying you have to be to get Asmongold to like sit there and say, hey, wait a minute, maybe these people are liars? Do you think that guy isn't actually doing magic? It's actually just sleight of hand? Wait a minute. You're telling me that every magician I've ever seen is just doing tricks? Like, that's what we're seeing happen here. Like, you have to understand, this guy has a blood wall. He lives in a house where he, like, rubs the blood of his gums on his walls. Because that's just how he rolls. He has, like, cockroaches crawling over things. He has, like dead animals falling from his ceilings. He has something called a rat clock because, like, when he wakes up, like, he wakes up to the gases of the rat's corpse expanding and the smell getting so bad that he wakes up. That's how this man lives. And even he's going like, you know, wait a minute. I think these guys might be lying to me. You know? You've lost the guy who uses a rat as an alarm clock. Also, he's one of the most listened to conservative content creators currently alive. I can't emphasize that enough. This is one of their strongest warriors. And even he is going, I think they might be lying. And if you've lost this guy, you've lost, like, the Republican base. What kind of shit is he living in? Literally, the first time I was introduced to Asmongold was a tour of his house. And I cannot emphasize enough, don't watch the video that's a tour of his house. It's genuinely disgusting. Wait a minute, these guys are lying to me?
I think they're just saying this bullshit just to act like they know what's going on, to make people that they disagree with or dislike look bad. I think a lot of them are lying, bro. Like, I'll link you all the video. This is...
I'm starting to get the feeling all these politicians are only out for themselves.
It's a Benny Johnson video. I've been watching his stuff for a bit now, and I really like him. I think he's great.
See what I mean? He's the world's dumbest conservative. Dude watches Benny Johnson, one of the most insincere people working in media possible. A guy who was implicated not like 6 months ago for taking obscene amounts of money from Russia to make dogshit content, propaganda for them. A guy who was fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism. He was, I'm gonna say that again. Benny Johnson was fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism. Do you have any idea how embarrassing that is? Dude couldn't write listicles to save his life. Okay, like this is the brilliant mind Asmongold puts on a pedestal.
And yeah, there it is. There's a video right there. Give it a like. And everyone's lying. I don't think they're all lying. They've been milking it for years. Yeah, definitely. Why do you think Hunter Biden is still free? Everybody knows why. It's because he's he's the son of the president. That's the reason why. We all know why. And so, no, I really think so. And you put one name, that person will immediately start throwing others under the bus. Yeah, exactly. And again, like I'm telling you, like the way that the way to handle this is that. See, I think that only somebody like this is. I always thought Trump. This is one thing I thought about Trump. I always thought Trump was a scumbag, psychopath, narcissist, mob boss. And that's why I really thought that maybe he could do some good. Is because...
oh, fuck. How do you say that? How do you string those words together? You know when I say this guy is like the dumbest man in politics, I really do mean it. Like, yeah, I thought this guy who had dedicated himself solely to the cause of evil could do some good. What are you talking about? Yeah, this guy that was like best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for like 10 years, I thought he was really dedicating himself to outing Jeffrey Epstein's client list. Are you fucking nuts? Are you mental?
That's what I would want to have, right? That's what I wanted. That's what I was looking for. Like we were going for that. And so if anybody knows how to deal with these people, it has to be Donald. And if he doesn't know how to deal with them and he can't do this, nobody can. No.
In order to hunt the pedophiles, you must first become the pedophile. That was what Donald Trump's plan was all along. We needed to bring in the ultimate pedophile in order to understand and catch all of the other pedophiles. Like, that's his literal reasoning. That's his reasoning. Ah! Oh God. I just
nobody fucking can. And so that's the real problem that I have. He's got to fix this. Yeah, like it, because he's one of them. Exactly. Well, like that doesn't like you act like that's some kind of like a like that. Then he would know.
Look, I'm just saying this Sauron guy has some good ideas.
You know, I know Melkor sang dissonance into the very fabric of the universe at the beginning of all things, but, you know, let's hear him out. You know, he might have some good ideas. Look, I know he wants to steal the light of Iluvatar, but, like, you know, I think maybe that could, you know, we need to just bring him in on this, because otherwise, you know, we'll never be able to catch this Sauron guy.
Then he would know. Yeah, exactly. Elon can, maybe, right?
The only one who can stop Sauron is this guy Melkor, okay? I swear, bro. We just need to make Melkor our king.
Musk has it too, but he can't run for president, right? He can't run for president. He can't do that. And so that's it. I'm thinking, what the fuck happened to WikiLeaks? So I guess we're wise to corruption. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, like, that's what I was hoping for. A lot of people might think that's crazy for me to say, to vote for.
Yeah. It does sound pretty crazy to say I voted for the pedophile president because I thought he was going to help us hunt down all the other pedophiles. That is pretty crazy to say, actually.
Somebody, because I think they're insane, but that's the only thing that I think will solve this problem is an insane person. And that's it.
That's not at all rational. By that logic, to fix one person's like mental issues, you just put another person with mental issues in the same room and just let them hash it out. That's how that works. Oh, God. The logic of a man with a rat clock, indeed. That was actually so stupid. I can't believe it. But believe it or not, I have another Asmongold clip for you guys.
And Jeffrey Edward Epstein.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes. 2 counts. 1, soliciting prostitution and procuring a minor for prostitution.
Is it true, sir, that you have what's been described as an egg-shaped peanut? I had hired psychologist to what type of person he was and what would actually get under his skin.
Question.
Described your penis oval shaped and claimed when erect it was thick towards the bottom.
Okay, well, I don't want to hear more about this.
Be the master of his domain and in control of his world.
Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to
Okay, this is actually a lot grosser than I thought it was going to be. But, like, I don't know. I think it's pretty fucking gross the way he's, like, riveted by this. Yeah, I'm gonna pull the ripcord on that one. We don't need to hear any more of that. Jesus Christ. But, like, just... The Epstein deposition video is fucking crazy. It's just like, it's just him looking bug-eyed at the deposition video. Like, there's no content here. It's just him looking at it. Oh, wait. He talks to the camera for like 5 seconds. Let's find out what he says.
Guys, I can't believe this guy killed himself for being too innocent.
Virginia Roberts.
Okay, that was worth it. Look, you've lost the Asmongold dipshit who's absolutely willing to, like, like make any and every kind of excuse for Donald Trump and the Trump administration, and even he's like, yeah, I don't even believe that. I You lost this guy. You lost this guy. The rat clock guy. Why do we care what a stupid, grungy World of Warcraft streamer says anyway? Well, partially because this stupid, grungy World of Warcraft streamer has multiple channels with millions of subscribers, and each one of his uploads gets like, 1 to 2 million views a piece. Like, it's genuinely kind of nuts. Like, why you can't trust Steam reviews anymore? 500,000 views. What the fuck is happening in Spain? Almost 1 million views. Chicago McDonald's closes because of crime. 1 million views. Like, dude shits out content nonstop and regularly like breaks 1 million views on each one of his videos. He's one of the #1 political commentators on the far right. What's the rat clock? I'm only going to explain it one more time. It's a dead rat that's on a windowsill near his bed that expands when the sun hits it, and then it becomes so smelly it wakes him up. He literally has almost 4 million subscribers on his main channel. And I'm just going to take a look here. He also has like a business venture, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. I can't remember the name of it. Is it like the Esmongold Company? What is it? Yeah, he's the co-founder of One True King, OTK, which has like a bunch of different members that include like Ms. Kiff, a bunch of really big streamers, It's yeah, pretty interesting, to say the least.
Are we absolutely sure he's not the cockroach alien from the first Men in Black?
No, we can't be absolutely sure, especially considering the cockroach situation in his house. Just put up the video of him describing it. I genuinely don't have a link to that video. Okay, you know what? Just here we go. Here, I'm not gonna do this entire video, but like,
That's
here.
That's the circle of life.
Damn.
It's cool because like the more I breathe air in here, it makes me feel like slightly sicker.
That's a big ass cricket. Wait, is that real?
No, it's
not. I thought that was real.
It's not.
Wait, you have soap. Dude, your sink is crazy. No, this is fine.
Yeah, I usually don't use that one.
Wait. Oh, no, this has been used.
Yeah, I use it pretty regularly. Yeah.
Oh, you letting that pan soak?
Yeah.
How long that been soaking for?
Like a day.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad.
There's dust in the pan, you're lying.
Is this the same kitchen you cook in?
Yeah.
Why is it? Am I crazy? Or everything feel way smaller than you thought it was gonna be?
Rooms look bigger on camera.
Like, I mean, like this is nuts. Cause like,
yeah, it's gross.
It's real.
Well, I actually had to get rid of most things out of the nest.
That's
because they were moldy. They were moldy.
Do you actually sleep down here, or you just sleep upstairs in your room?
He had to get rid of a bunch of pillows because they were molding.
I'll go like this. Just like this.
Oh shit!
I got my pillow.
Oh yeah, that's the blood wall right there. It's covered in blood from his mouth. This guy gets millions of views. Yes.
Yep.
That's
very
nice.
comfy and cozy.
Why you got all those? We always wear the same damn shirt.
Well, I haven't moved them. Like, what else am I gonna do with them? Like, damn. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't clean anything up, so I figured I'd give you guys the authentic experience. And then you're literally wearing pants. This is.
Yeah. Anyway, it's fucking gross, is what it is. I do have an entire video going over this particular video, and it is the first impression I ever had of Asmongold, and then I learned that he does politics content, and that sucks. That sucks. Anyway, folks, this is why it's really important to learn basic life skills, like how to clean, how to, like, take care of yourself, how to, like, brush your teeth so you don't just, I don't know, wipe blood off your mouth and then on your wall. You know, basic life skills so that you don't live like a crazy Neanderthal in a cave. You know, like this is genuinely like modern day, like maybe like an Encino Man situation. Like he got unfrozen from a glacier and now he just lives in a house. I don't know. He lives in Encino Man, but he lives in a house and becomes a Republican political commentator. Anyway, back to this Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
He allegedly said.
I really do want to emphasize that Donald Trump seems really dodgy and not okay about everything that's happening here.
He allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse
Had
tape?
to stop cleaning just to see this. He is obviously mentally ill. Looks like textbook depression.
I mean, I have no idea what's wrong with him, and I'm not even going to try and untangle what's happening in his brain.
Yeah, sure. If
Hey,
I
Pam,
could
I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on.
I just can't believe you're all talking about this Jeffrey Epstein fellow. Just an absolute creep. Not someone I would ever associate with. So, this guy was one of his best friends for a decade. A decade. He talked about pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. The person who procured children for Jeffrey Epstein. Dude wished her well at trial.
That in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said I was asked a question.
Wait, really? Really? Here. I was Donald Trump's closest friend. And I'm not going to subscribe to this, but like they have him on audio describing himself as Donald Trump's closest friend for 10 years.
About the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also to the 10.
Yeah, in 2002, Sorry You're Blue, it has the quote right there. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life. They were photographed together. They went to the same parties. This guy partied with Jeffrey Epstein while talking about how they shared a love of young women. But that you guys are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. That creep. Still talking about it.
Of thousands of video. They turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released. Never.
Oh, okay. So what's really interesting about this is that if you have a bunch of child porn that Jeffrey Epstein recorded as blackmail, then you know who's in the tape assaulting the children. Because it was recorded for the purposes of blackmail. So obviously, we're not asking you to release the child pornography. We're asking you to release who was implicated in it. It's not that difficult.
Going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing...
Yeah, the Attorney General of the United States doesn't understand the concept of redacting information to be released to the public.
From the video, we released the video showing definitively, the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide.
Yeah, we released footage showing that he committed suicide. Ignore the fact that that was immediately shown by Wired to have been doctored or manipulated in some way. So, like, immediately discredits the release. Also, I feel like it's kind of important here that Donald Trump got ratioed on Truth Social. The social media website where he's the largest account that he owns ratioed him for the first time over his posts about Jeffrey Epstein. Let's take a look at his statement here, just because. Oh my God! What a great copy pasta. All right, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna do my best Trump. Okay. What's going on, my boys, and in some cases, gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening.
We released a video confirming his suicide. Now for a video of Trump obviously lifting this giant gold bar with weights and driving around a volcano in a buggy.
Suck it, Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it, all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. And I just have to time out. I gotta tell you guys, and I'm not prone to conspiracism or anything like that, but when I see the President of the United States say something like, all over the guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein, to me, my conspiracy brain goes to, is he implying Jeffrey Epstein is somehow still alive? Like, did they body double Epstein? Is he just like off on like in a secret bunker somewhere? Like what? Like, I don't know. That sounds really weird to me, but okay. For years, it's Epstein, over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they have used on me. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? They haven't even given up on the John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. files, no matter how much success we've had securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safer world where Iran will not have nuclear weapons. It's never enough for some people. Look at all I've done for you guys. We're not even halfway done, by the way. He's just stream of conscious posting on this. We are about to achieve more in 6 months than any other administration has achieved in over 100 years. And we have so much more to do. We are saving our country and making America great again, which will continue to be our complete priority. The left is imploding, which I don't think that's the case here, actually. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals. Instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. And what's crazy to me is that in the middle of this, he talks about looking at the documents. Like, so you have the documents. You have something. Release that. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she's looking into as AG and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. With global warming, that may soon be true. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Dude literally ends his statement by like, nobody even cares about Jeffrey Epstein anyway. Why are you all talking about it? It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny, guys. There's an actual post. Oh yeah, it's huge. Oh my god. I wish I could see the comments on this, but I'm not gonna make a Truth Social account to see that. God. Yeah, just another Trump dump. Anyway, let's take a look here. Here's an interesting clip from Fox News that they cut out from an interview with Donald Trump during the last year's election. Let's take a look, shall we? Nobody cares about Epstein.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you?
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least.
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
Would you declassify?
I don't know, guys. All I'm saying is this is not how like a man with a clean conscience on this particular matter answers a question. That's not how a guy with nothing to hide answers that question. Well, if it ever came out, there's a lot of fake stuff in there. There's just a lot of fake stuff. You can't believe everything you see or hear in a document that I would release, of course. Like, damn, dude. Damn. It's genuinely like incredible. Yeah, I wanted to show this. The implosion in like Trump world is it's actually hitting some MAGA folks. Donald Trump said the Epstein files are untrustworthy and that we need to move on. Nail in the coffin. I won't defend this. I'm disgusted. Cool. Say goodbye to midterms. So that's what we're going with. Obama, Hillary, and Biden created the Epstein list. Weren't we just told that Biden would have released the Epstein files if Trump was on them? If they created the files, wouldn't they have released them? This is so embarrassingly insulting. At some point, we must stop using Bondi, Bongino, or Cash as scapegoats and demand answers from Trump himself. The left was so right about this administration, it's kind of unbelievable. These posts are doing pretty good numbers, too. What kind of attorney general lies to protect child rapists? I don't know about all of you, but literally nothing is making sense right now. Nothing at all. People make their own choices and decisions, but mark my word, the lack of actual results at the DOJ and lack of transparency that translates into incompetence will cost the GOP House and Senate seats. Don't say I didn't warn you. And honestly, for as crazy as Laura Loomer is, she is 100% correct here. I don't know, guys. There's some legs here. Burn your MAGA hats. This guy sucks. There's something happening here. And I don't know how much of this is people trying to protect their platforms. I don't know how much of this backlash is genuine or not, but I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting that some of the bigger figures like Megyn Kelly here are coming out. I'm sure it's a relief for Pam Bondi to hear the president is still in her corner. Unfortunately, huge swaths of the party are not. She repeatedly misled on Epstein, then didn't have the courage to explain herself. Suddenly, she's camera shy and no questions allowed. Good luck. It's some truly interesting things happening here, to say the least. Here's the thing, I actually want to support Trump's decisions. I just fucking can't. I simply did not vote for this and spend the last 5 years persuading others to do the same. Epstein and drain the swamp are synonymous. You don't expose Epstein, his clients, and his handler, and you're protecting the swamp, period. Not gonna lie, I'm a little worried about midterms. Anyone else feeling this way? Yeah, no. The entire, this is a betrayal of the QAnon movement. It's one of the core pillars of Trump support. If you've ever seen people showing up to his rallies dressed up in god-awful American flag shit, all over, the chances they are QAnoners. They are his hardest core support system, and they're not taking this well. QAnon died a while ago. It absolutely did not. It absolutely did not. The cultish belief has persisted. People killed their families when Biden won the election because of their belief in this QAnon shit. And there are still people who believe it right now. They've put like members of the QAnon movement into the administration. Like QAnon has, you know, if it seems like it's dead, it's only because it's been absorbed into the system of the GOP. You know? It's quite interesting to say the least. Like I just it's some very interesting phenomena. Now, I do want to do one more thing, and maybe this will be a two-parter. You know, we'll end with like the Asmongold stuff and for part one, and then we'll do this. But this is we're gonna go into a different direction.
Child molestation, child medical neglect, racism, fascism, sexism, all the phobias. This is the real Republican legacy.
Of course! 100% One-Eyed Heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. We need to also check in with another faction of like the MAGA base. And I know that you guys have been noticing I've been doing more Brett Cooper content. And that's because, frankly, she's doing better than a lot of other conservative channels are right now. She's tapped into a different core audience for like the conservative movement, and I think it's worth exploring kind of what messaging is going out to them. For example, there's an awful lot of Justin Bieber content on her channel, and I don't really understand it or know why. I don't understand how that overlaps. But we're going to check in because she has some thoughts on Jeffrey Epstein, and I don't know what they are because I haven't seen this yet. But I think it's an interesting, it's an interesting part for us to touch base on. Let's take a look.
As Scooter Braun would say, and I could not be more excited about that. And all of this has just been a great distraction for me from everything happening on X with the freaking Epstein files. And yes, Trump, we are still talking about it because surprisingly, I guess this was news to you, your base really does care about this. And for anybody who was wondering, like, why is Epstein such a big deal? Well, number one, it's a big deal because this is something that Trump ran on. And it wasn't just about Epstein specifically. It wasn't just like, we need to know what happened with Epstein. It was about ending the corruption of the deep state. It was about transparency and finally having answers that so many Americans have wanted on so many issues, whether it's Diddy or JFK or January 6th or Epstein. Like, we want answers because we feel like we've been gaslit and lied to for decades at this point. Like, our government has been so far away from us and the media has been compromised. Like, we have basically...
Yeah, we needed someone who was an outsider to come in and shake things up and, you know, expose everything to the light. So that's why we elected someone who's already been president before. Like, come on.
Just been in the dark, and people are done. And Trump represented the antithesis of this, and he ran on this idea that he was going to have radical transparency. I mean, yes, he also ran on...
Yeah, you know, this guy who everyone says is a liar, it seems like he might be lying to us.
Fixing the economy and strengthening our border and, you know, peace through strength and ending wars and making sure that America stays out of them, which even though we had the 12-day war and that was a bit scary there, I think that he navigated that well. Like, all of those things are good. He ran on all of those things. But I think the broader message of his campaign, like what he represented, was something that is so refreshing, goes against all corruption, goes up against the government that we've become so used to. And Epstein embodies all of that. And I think what people are most upset about isn't the fact that we aren't seeing the files, but it's the way that this entire thing has been handled. The fact that it was like this bait and switch of like, they're on my desk, we have the binders, it's all coming out, we're all doing it. And then they release this memo literally in the middle of the night, in the middle of the week. They leak it to Axios. There's no press conference. There's no statement from Trump. There's no statement from Caroline Leavitt until like 2 days later when she finally answers that question from Peter Doocy. There isn't anything from Pam Bondi until she finally answers that question next to Trump. And when Trump is finally asked about it, he's like, oh, you guys are still talking about that? Like, get over it. It's like, no, we deserve answers because this is something that you ran on. And again, it embodies something that is much bigger about what you represent and what we all hoped for. And the way that this has been...
You know, I just want to, you know, not to like come to any conclusions or anything, but maybe the guy who has like literal hundreds of photos of himself with P. Diddy on Getty Images, you know, maybe this guy isn't someone we should trust. Maybe he's not the guy we should trust when it comes to being open and honest about who is participating in, sus parties, we'll say. You know, I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe a red flag.
Handled now feels like, was there anything there to begin with? Like, are you covering up for someone or something?
Are you covering up for someone or something?
Yeah, I would.
Declassify the Epstein files.
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least...
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
Would you
Yeah, let's just one more time.
Declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you?
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think
just a very sus way to answer some of this stuff, but okay. Like, wait a minute, maybe we can't trust this guy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can't. If only there was some kind of sign.
Like, we just don't know who to trust, and that is why there is so much whiplash online. Now, the updates since we spoke last is that there seemed to be trouble in paradise because Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, there were sources that came out and said that they were furious with Pam Bondi, and everybody was trying to pin everything on Pam Bondi. And they were saying, it's her, she did the rollout, she approved all of this, she's the one hiding everything. And Kash and Bongino, they are allegedly saying it is her or us. Like, apparently Bongino had this whole, like, blow up with her and, like, walked out of the office and left DC, and he was gonna quit if Pam Bondi did not get fired or step down. But then, after all of that started coming out on X, everybody started getting all riled up, like, oh, we gotta get rid of this woman. Then the Deputy Attorney General came out and literally posted this. He said, no, I worked closely with Kash Patel and Bongino on the joint FBI and DOJ memo regarding the Epstein files. All of us signed off on the contents of the memo and the conclusions stated in the memo. The suggestion by anyone that there was any daylight between the FBI or DOJ leadership on this memo's composition and the release is patently false. So this guy came out and said, okay, well, I don't know who these sources are or what they're saying, but no, this was not some blow-up fight. You can't release this. I don't agree with this. Everybody was in agreement. We all signed off on it. And then, of course, that then sent everyone into a tizzy.
Yeah, just as an FYI, in case anyone is wondering about this, like, oh, everyone's on the same page, right? Dan Bongino, as of yesterday, is apparently just not talking to anybody. And JD Vance is having to intervene, according to sources close to the White House. Several of President Donald Trump's top officials went to work on Monday with a key question unanswered. Would Dan Bongino show up? Hours later, two sources familiar with the matter confirmed he did, but his long-term future as deputy director of the FBI appeared uncertain. Bongino did not go into office on Friday and largely excommunicated himself from most of his colleagues after a major fallout with Attorney General Pam Bondi. As of Monday morning, no one in leadership at the Justice Department had spoken to Bongino since Wednesday. He just hasn't spoken to the Justice Department in a goddamn week. But yeah, we're all on the same page here. Yeah, totally.
because it's like, okay, I don't know who we can trust, whose sources we can trust. Can we trust Kash Patel? Can we trust Dan Bongino? And then the next day, the Wall Street Journal had this report. They said, breaking, Dan Bongino had no issue with the Epstein memo or video rollout until he started receiving backlash online, which caused him to become extremely upset and leave DC. So based on...
Also, I think this is evidence that we should bully conservatives more. You know, bully elected conservatives and like appointed conservatives more, because they're weak. They're weak and easily susceptible to peer pressure. And honestly, the higher the rate of turnover in these positions, the better for all of us. So, you know, I think it's good for people in government to be accountable to the people of America.
This report, they're now telling us that actually, okay, I know we said all these other things, but actually Bongino and Kash were okay with it. They were only upset when they started getting backlash. And then that is when everybody started pinning everything on Pam Bondi, and she kind of became the scapegoat. Now, I, like most people online, have no idea.
Don't bully us. We're smarter than you. Plum Pepper, I like you a lot. I like you a lot. We're gonna keep you.
What is real here. And that is why this is so frustrating, because there was no transparency. Again, this memo was leaked to Axios, basically in the middle of the night, in the middle of the Texas Camp Mystic tragedy and the flooding. And that's why Trump was saying, like, we need to focus on other things. It almost...
I'm sorry, if the deputy director of the FBI is quitting because of online bullying, they shouldn't be the deputy director of the FBI. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you can't like be in charge of the country's like national security interests and like or carry out your duties in office because people are being mean to you online, you don't deserve to hold that office. Plain and simple. Sorry.
Was nefarious, like this was just like slipped out in the middle of it, hoping that people would not notice. Obviously we did. Now the back and forth of like who actually signed off on it, who didn't. Now there's even more additions to this story, because Charlie Kirk posted yesterday and said, okay guys, sorry, I did see the emails, and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino signed off on it. House and Habit also saw the email. She posted it on her Substack. She has all the timestamps. She has the actual words.
I think I understand the appeal of Brett Cooper. Like, a conventionally attractive young woman who's like covering politics like it's a pop story, like it's a pop culture story. I understand the appeal, and she's like bending it through a conservative lens. I understand the vibe, and I find it kind of fascinating a little bit. I don't think it's good, mind you. I find it to be particularly insidious, but like I think it's an interesting new evolution of conservative content.
That were written by Dan Bongino and Kash Patel saying, yep, signed off, this is fine, go ahead, everything is good. So literally, it's like, what the heck?
No, she's an adult, one-eyed heathen.
Is going on. Like, I literally am going whiplash. I'm just like listening to like Justin Bieber's new album, like trying to like find peace, because I'm like, I literally have like no idea what is going on. And then last night, right after my speech, Trump posts on Truth Social. And guys, I think this is the first time Trump has ever been ratioed on his first platform. And he makes this entire post about how ridiculous this entire situation is. And honestly, it's just him doubling down on that awful statement that he made to the reporter where he was like, why does everybody care? The best part about his post was the way that he started it, and this is just like an iconic line now, but he said, what's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals? That's like how he's talking about his supporters. I have no idea why he wrote it that way, but it cracked me up. But guys, look how long this post is. He's basically rambling TLDR. And he's saying, why do we care about Epstein? Move on. He defends Pam Bondi, which I'm not surprised about because he values loyalty and Pam has been very loyal to him. So he's saying she's not the problem. She's not going anywhere.
I first heard of Brett Cooper when a crystal mommy woo-woo Gen Z friend of mine sent me a YouTube short of hers. My "this is a conservative" senses went off like Spider-Man. Yeah, I think like kind of part of her like angle is covering pop culture like Justin Bieber to like lure in normies and then radicalize them with conservative coverage on politics. It's a good angle. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's pretty effective for her. Like a lot of her content is doing fairly well numbers wise.
But the thing that was so insane about this post that caught everybody off guard was that he wasn't finally saying, like, guys, I'm telling you, there's nothing there. I empathize with you. We should have done this differently. Like, get over it and move on. He wasn't saying there are more things we need to deal with. We just can't release them right now. There are things going on behind the scenes.
Less color on her walls than on her skin. Hey, look, okay? We don't want to go back to the Asmongold blood wall, okay? Like that, we just got away from the blood wall, and now you guys yearn for it. I see how it is.
Instead, he pins the entire thing on the Democrats. So literally within the span of a week, we went from, there are Epstein files, they will shock you, they are on my desk, to, actually, there's no client list, there really isn't anything in the files, we're closing.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Shoot Bang. Like, this is, it is a pop culture approach to, like, life and death policy. It is a pop, like turning it into, like, a digestible pop culture, meaningless content sink out of, like, material that is existential for us as we live our lives in this country. These are the most powerful people, not just in our country, but in the world. And we're talking about it like it's like, I don't know, shit tier influencers going at each other. It's there aren't any stakes in the game. It's all, I don't know, it's all Calvin ball. It's just making up the rules as you go along. It's interesting, but also deeply troubling.
The case, there's nothing going on, to now there are actually files, and they were created by the Democrats. That is literally what he writes in this post. He says, why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax?
Oh God, are you just gonna read this the entire time? Like, we already read it. We don't need that.
Red flag to people, because it couldn't have just been the Democrats behind the Epstein files, because yes, Epstein was first arrested in 2006. I think he served like 13 months. He had some kind of like slap on the wrist, but it was in 20.
Yeah, by the way, who got that sweetheart deal? Who got that sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein? Who got the who got that? I don't know. What was the name of that lawyer? Who was the Attorney General of Florida at the time? I don't know. Might have, I don't know. Definitely couldn't have been a Trump guy. You know, definitely couldn't have been a Trump guy at all. You know, just Oh, wait, the guy who got the Trump deal, or the deal for Jeffrey Epstein was Alex Acosta, who was, the Secretary of Labor from 2017 to 2019 under Donald J. Trump. That's weird. That's so weird. Huh. How strange.
19, during the Trump administration, that Epstein was arrested by federal agents. And then he committed suicide, and there were still 7 months left of the Trump administration.
Yeah, and who was the Attorney General when Epstein committed suicide? Who was that? Was that, I think it was a young blonde lady by the name of Pam Bondi, actually. It's weird how a lot of these people who fail to follow up investigating Epstein and who give him sweetheart legal deals, they all just wind up in the Trump administration. That's really strange, isn't it? I wonder why. I wonder why that keeps happening. That's so bizarre.
His first term, that we didn't learn anything. So we don't actually know when these files were created. There could have been files that were created in 2006. There could have been files that were created under Biden, but there certainly was a lot going on under Trump's first term. So you can't just blame shift and put it all on them. And even if that is true, even if they created all of this and it's all a weird conspiracy and very odd, we don't.
Which, again, she doesn't point out the fundamental flaw, which is if Democrats created the Epstein files specifically as like a propaganda tool, they would have definitely included the guy that Jeffrey Epstein called his friend for over a decade, his best friend for a decade, Donald J. Trump. But they didn't release the files, and wouldn't they have released the files if the files implicated their number one political adversary? I wonder.
Trust anything now. Like, we're genuinely, it is whiplash. We're confused. We don't even know who in the DOJ and the FBI to trust. We have no idea if it actually is Pam Bondi. We have no idea if it's coming from Trump, which, in my opinion, it is, because we know how Trump operates and he controls everything. Like, everything.
Good job, Brett Cooper. You have successfully met the lowest possible bar by acknowledging, hey, this guy might have something to do with it. This guy who's a president who wields total power and control over his administration might, in fact, have something to do with this. Congrats, you have met the lowest possible bar.
Comes directly from him. This is not Biden, where he was on the beach for the majority of his presidency, half asleep, stumbling up and down stairs. Like, we know Trump is on it. That's why I voted for him, because he's so alert, because he literally looks like younger than he ever has in years, because he runs.
Are you fucking kidding me?
On McDonald's and Diet Coke and a dream, basically, and he is aware of everything going on around him. So you're not really going to convince me that he didn't know that this was happening and that it's all on Pam Bondi and that Dan Bongino didn't.
I mean, I guess this is the double-edged sword.
This qualifies as body shaming, but I am going to say it anyway. Brett Cooper's face is facing way too hard, and it is starting to rile up my mind goblins.
I don't know what that means, Knifeiest Duck, but thank you for the $5 dono. And I will say that I guess this is the double-edged sword of, like, saying Donald Trump is the most hyper-competent president to ever exist. You know, that when something goes wrong, you can't really just say, "Oh, he didn't know." You can't play the pobrecito card. You know?
No, and like, it just doesn't make sense. And it all has just now spiraled completely out of control, that this post from Trump, even if there's stuff in here that might be accurate, it is not going to help at all. In fact, this just fueled more conspiracies. There's another line in here where he says, Epstein, the man who can't be killed. So everybody then started running with that and being like, oh my God, is he alive? Is he hiding somewhere in a different part of the world? Like, it just...
I do find it interesting that Brett Cooper also was like, wait a minute, this phrasing is so weird. Is he implying that Jeffrey Epstein is alive? I do appreciate that a lot of other people are also going, did the president of the United States just imply that Jeffrey Epstein faked his death and got away with it? Like, what are you talking about?
Didn't help at all. And I understand that Trump just wants to move on from this because this was a major miscalculation by him and his team. He wants to brush this under the rug. He wants to get back to the fact that his administration is winning and objectively is doing great stuff, like prices are down, the border
and protecting pedophiles. You know, the great stuff that Republicans do.
Is more secure, people are not flooding in. He's cracking down and staying committed to all of the social issues that we care about. Like, there is a lot of good stuff here. He had an amazing month, and so obviously he's upset that we're all focusing on this. But again, like I said at the beginning of this little segment, this is a big freaking deal. It's not just about Epstein, and that is what he needs to understand. That's what his team needs to understand. It's not about just this one man. Like, why do you care about Epstein?
Yeah, prices literally aren't down anywhere. Prices for basically everything have gone up. Like, grocery prices are through the roof. Like, electronics prices are through the roof. Like, I don't know where you're getting this prices have come down bullshit. I guess prices have come down from where they were after they jumped due to his global tariff shit. But he's trying the tariff shit again, so prices are gonna jump.
Because of the transparency. It's because of the commitment to getting rid of the deep state and exposing everything. And this seems to go against what we all believed and what we put our trust in you for. Like, this doesn't make me hate Trump. I'm still glad that he is our president. I think that our country is moving in the right direction. But I think, again, it's just a major miscalculation from him and his team.
I do think it's really weird that she's acknowledging that, hey, it does seem like the president's covering for pedophiles, though. But look at all this other great stuff he's doing. Like, I don't know that doesn't make sense to me. And I'm not a Trump fan. Okay. Like, I'm a lefty. I'm a socialist, straight up. But she's like, yeah, he covered for pedophiles, but look at all this other great shit he did. And it's just that doesn't, that doesn't hold water. Sorry, like, especially not for conservatives.
They don't really seem to understand what this means to his base. And I think that is why we are seeing him flail online. And I'm sure when he logged onto Truth Social last night with his Diet Coke before he went to bed at like 3 a.m., he was horrified by the fact that he was literally ratioed on his own platform. Now, I'm going to be releasing this episode in...
You know, I do think an underappreciated aspect of all of this is that Donald Trump got ratioed on his own social media site for the very first time. You know that is going to eat him up inside for years.
The Deep State sounds like a crazy name for an adult film.
It really does. Saka Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But like, he might genuinely try and outlaw social media specifically because he got ratioed. That's the kind of petty this bitch is, you know? God.
Like 24 hours, again, I'm filming this on a Sunday. I am sure that there will be more information. Like, already his administration had said that the footage that they released of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, that was totally raw, but then Wired came out and looked at the metadata and actually it wasn't raw, and they had like stitched it together, and they...
Like, Brett Cooper is falling apart at the seams. Like, she genuinely seems like she's like this segment has been genuinely genuinely deeply interesting to me, because it, I think, really gets at where her audience is probably at with this. And what I mean by that is, like, normie Republicans, right? I think Brett Cooper appeals to a lot of relatively normie Republicans. And I think it's very interesting that she's basically like bending over backwards to try and say, no, Trump's still great. He's still really great. But also, it really seems like he covered for pedophiles, guys. And yeah, it's I think it's indicating that there is something here that could quite genuinely break the Republican Party. And I find that every instant that they are fighting about this and focusing on this is a net win for all of humanity.
Exported it multiple times, and there's still that minute missing. Like, there's so much going on. There's no answers. Every single source seems to have a different story. I'm sure that there will be more updates, but we can talk about that on Thursday. So to go back to the point of this episode, my husband and his cow chasing and carrying and getting peed upon self is standing on business. Justin Bieber.
I don't need to know anything else. I'm happy to know that there's something weird with cows and pissing going on. Anyway, yeah, so this Jeffrey Epstein thing genuinely has the capacity to break the MAGA movement, the Republican Party itself. And I think that if that happens, it is a net good for humanity. Okay? Like, if we can like get any of that information leaked, if any of that makes it to the press, like, we're talking like a major implosion. And if Donald Trump himself is implicated in this, well, let's just say, one, I think that's very likely, and two, remember how Donald Trump said that he could shoot a man on Fifth Avenue and get away with it? Remember that? If Donald Trump is implicated in this, I don't think that he can, like, sexually abuse children in the middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it. Let me put it that way. I think that while Republicans might be completely on board with, like, Donald Trump murdering a guy, I think it might be a step too far for a not insignificant number of them if evidence from their faves comes out that Donald Trump in fact participated in these events with Jeffrey Epstein. Or even, honestly, and this is another possibility that has been relatively under-discussed, if Donald Trump facilitated the financial rise of Jeffrey Epstein. Because again, people don't know where he got his money from. And that is a mystery that might come out if, say, there were documents or clients implicated in this. So I hope that this continues. I hope more information continues to leak out, because this is I mean, I think it's basically the same thing if there's proof conclusively that he went and participated in activities on Little St. James and that he funded Jeffrey Epstein's activities. I think like both of those things have the capacity to take down the entire Trump apparatus. The entire GOP could fracture under that. So that being said, this might be one of those stories, one of those rare stories where Republicans actually give a shit. And well, I'm excited to see how it plays out. There we go. We did it. We talked about Jeffrey Epstein. Look at us. Who'd have thought? Not me. I don't know. There are a lot of yes, and bad bits. I'm not saying like it's impossible for like people to still support him. I'm just saying that I think there's some people who would fall off over this. You know, there are some people who do genuinely care about this and for whom this is a genuine breaking point. And I'm not going to waste my time and energy to try and like deconvert those people. But I think it's worth observing that this has the capacity to shake a lot of people loose from this death cult mentality that a lot of them have been sucked into. Van Briggs, thank you for 5 arm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think it looks like he's defending Dems though. Like I think if people thought he had information on like Democrats being pedophiles, I think like, and I believe he would release that information. Dude is petty as fuck and wants to destroy his political enemies. Yeah, there are definitely going to be people who defend him regardless of what information comes out. I'm just saying, I think a not insignificant portion of his base genuinely does care. Is it subs for pumps? You know, if you want to donate some memberships or subs, I will do as many pumps as you guys do memberships. The weightlifting was kind of hot. Thank you. I was wearing athletic clothes the other day, which would have made it more obvious about my flexing. This is not a shirt that shows that off. Let's see. Also, folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, hit the buttons, please. You know what to do. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, 3, click the button, click the 4, click the goddamn button, 5, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click 1, click the button, 2, click the button, click the goddamn 3, click the button, click the button, 4, click the button, click the 5, click the button, click the button, click the button. Folks, how we all doing? How we all doing? Looking good. Thank you, Von 400. Whoo, baby. I gotta start eating a bit cleaner for the next few days to decrease my like salt intake. It's gonna be hard, y'all. I really like salt. As a trans girl, I crave it. And but I gotta try and reduce my water retention, because I have a latex event coming up, and it's gonna be good. Jack's going for the Popeye forearms. No, I'm not going for the Popeye forearms. I'm going for the Legend of Korra forearms. Come on. Learn your forearm types. And another thing. Hello, Plum Pepper. I'm glad you're still here. How you doing? I voted for Trump because eggs are expensive. I mean, he didn't lower the price of eggs, though. What was causing the high price of eggs was bird flu. Bird flu was killing, like, the egg-laying birds. And RFK Jr. actually just, like, allowed that to kill tons and tons of birds. Like, it didn't actually fix the problem. Yeah, bird flu is actually still a huge problem, and by letting it run rampant, it now poses a risk to human-to-human transmission. They're $2 where I live. Okay, but like, you're telling me to be grateful because you saved me $4 on eggs? Like, how often are you buying eggs? Like, I just gotta ask. Like, you're saying survival of the fittest. Wait, survival of the fitness, which I but like, survival of the fitness, but you can't survive with like paying $4 more for eggs. I don't know. That seems wild. Have you all said thank you today? Yeah, to my Lord and Savior, Monster Energy. Yeah, also Donald Trump didn't do anything to lower the price of eggs. Like, egg prices didn't go down because Donald Trump was president. Drink more water? I literally have a gigantic ass mug. I've literally had this entire jar of water. Also, this is just black tea and lemonade. It's literally like 25 calories. I don't know. I think they're great. Would recommend. Us trans men will stick to Mountain Dew. The true gamer beverage. Wait, no. If you were a gamer trans man, you would drink Code Red. Code Red, baby! That's right, we got a gamer in the house, I can tell. I'm tea and Earn Brew? What is Earn Brew? Are the Arizona results through? Great question. I had an update earlier and it didn't look good for Deja Fox, but let's take a look. Yeah, Adelita Grizhalva won by a pretty handy margin too, like 42%. Sad day.
Owlboy is one of the best portrayals of disability I've seen in a game while also being breathtakingly beautiful.
Owlboy is genuinely. People have been telling me for years that Owlboy is like a great video game, and I was just like, yeah, I'll get to it when I have some platforming time. But like, it's genuinely so goddamn fun. If you guys haven't played Owlboy, it's like one of those instant classic games. Like just from the get-go. Here. Like, it's just beautiful. Like, just absolutely beautiful. Like, you've got like flying pirate ships. You've got like a main character who can't speak and like is discriminated against and like finds friends who like come together around him and love him. And like it's just beautiful. It's a beautiful game. Is this on Steam? Yes, it is. And honestly, like this game came out like what, 10 years ago? Maybe like almost 15 years ago, somewhere in that window. And it's one, it holds up incredibly. And two, like it's just, this is one of those indie games where like if I could greenlight a sequel for this and give the team just like a huge sack of cash. Like if I won the lottery, there would be signs, and the sign would be like a huge sack of money being given to the developers to make a 3D Owlboy. You know, like that's like they perfected 2D platforming in this game. And I would love to see them take this same concept of flight and floating islands and translate it into a 3D context, because I think they could do some real wizardry with that. Oh Jesus, why'd you have to make me old? This thing is 9 years old. Took the team 9 years to make. Yeah, they poured everything they had into this one, you know? Good night, Marx's Boogie Woman. Nice to see you here. Whoo! I'm concerned because my social security check hasn't come through. It's a problem. Yeah, I'm real worried about when things continue to worsen in this country related to social security. It is sometimes best to keep them 2D, but I would love to see like their team get the opportunity to try for 3D, you know? Okay, folks, I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom. When I return, we will go over some interesting articles that I've come across, and also talk a little bit about ICE, because it's just kind of what we got to do here. BRB.
Like puppets on strings, they dance for a king when he tells them to raid private homes. No person is safe from their self-righteous hate as they occupy cities and towns. Oh, state thugs circle round, just waiting to pound a dissident into the ground. When the people protest, they kneel on their necks and shoot them with gas cans and hard rubber rounds. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders in the streets of LA will find them still standing tall. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders can try as they may, but the people are still standing tall. So send your Marines and your war-made machines, they'll greet them with strength and a song. You can tear down their signs and shatter their lines, but the people will rally and still they march on. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders in the streets of LA will find them still standing tall. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders can try as they may, but the people are still standing tall. In the high old days of Ireland, a battle did commence. The men were brave and heroes true, they fought for King Baru. The war was long and weary, the casualties were high. No man unscathed nor will ever be the same as when he said goodbye. So go on, my dear brothers, go on into the fray. Fight for hearth and home until your dying day. Oh, Ramagri, dear Ireland, our hearts shall never stray. Be brave unto that breach, my friends, we'll take back Dublin Bay. The enemy soon was spotted and a field across the bay. The spears shone bright in the pale moonlight, we fight at the Scree Day. First came that bloody quarrel, as befits our righteous Scot. Old Donald came in and played the brave, did die on the field that day. The horn of High King Brian, it pierced the light of day. On the king's own son he led the charge, he killed 100 men and the affray. And the loud and bloody battle, our shields clasped hand in hand. No light shine through, only bitter croons, we must fight for Ireland. So go on, my dear brothers, go on into the until your dying day. Oh, come, great dear Ireland, our hearts shall never stray. Be brave unto the breach, my friends, we'll take back Dublin Bay. The enemy soon was routed, and the Irish had won the day. But king and prince no more did live, a solemn cheer for the victors this day. So died the king of Erin, and many sons died in hand. Now we await the day to see across the bay the high king of Ireland. So go on, my dear brothers, go on into the fray. Fight for hearth and home until your dying day. Oh, come, great dear Ireland, our hearts shall never stray. Be brave unto that breach, my friends, we'll take back Dublin Bay. Be brave unto that breach, my friends, we'll take back Dublin Bay.
Hello, y'all. How we doing, folks? Cute fit? Thank you. Doing my best. Scandalous top? I don't know. I don't think it's that scandalous. Love that. Thank you. It was hot. It was too hot in my cozy clothes. What's that song about Ireland called? It's called High King of Ireland. Oh, whooga! I need that outfit badly. I genuinely can't tell you where to get it because I got it like 5 years ago. I'm taking some of your waiting room music to open mic? Hell yeah. Thanks, Fox of Fate. My transphobic friends would ask me for my straight card back for thinking that's hot. I don't know. That's never made sense to me. If you're attracted to someone for being a woman, like, I don't know. I think that makes you straight if you're a man. And if you're a woman, I think that makes you gay. Like, One-Eyed Heathen, thank you. Could you queue up some Union tracks? Absolutely. Or bi. Yeah, I mean, if you're bi, you're just, you know, you just bi. I'm literally bisexual. Like, I know the bisexual struggle. All my bros are pan? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, killed XM. I'm not mad. I'm not mad either. Jack shows sexy cleavage. Indeed. All righty then. Also, my workouts are I think beginning to show a little bit. Squish. Okay. Let's talk little bit about ICE. I think I've got the gas to talk about ICE, and then we might have to be done with stream. Just because it is late and I'm tired and I want to get started earlier tomorrow. Isn't bi and pan virtually the same? You are correct. They are virtually the same thing. There's a slight nuance of difference in that pan is just all, like all, you're attracted to all genders. Whereas bi is you are attracted to more than one. So like there's not that much of a difference, but like I don't know, if you wanted to split hairs you could say there's a tiny difference, but I think that difference is pretty much non-existent. Kind of use them interchangeably. Same. Dustin the Damned, thank you for liking the goddamn YouTube stream. Dude, good job. Let's go. Also, we're 2 likes away from 200 likes. I think we can manage it. I think there might be 2 people in YouTube chat that haven't liked it yet. Wait, so like bi would imply you don't think non-binary people are hot? No. Bi just, like if you are bisexual, it just means you are attracted to more than one gender. Meaning non-binary, you could be attracted to non-binary people, you know, men, women, xenogenders, etc. Like you can, like if you're bi, you can be like, you could be attracted to like many different people or genders. OMG, I came back to roast you guys one more time, but I just saw Jack's shirt. Thanks. Ms. Milena, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Let's see. Also, and pansexual is just all. So I don't know, like it's just a non, like it's a slight difference of like definition and like root verb, like root etymology, but like same general result, you know? Yeah, bi people have 2 types of attraction, to their own gender and 2 to other genders. Indeed. Also, let's be nice to the resident conservative who isn't openly virulently bigoted. It's okay to be a conservative and like and watch my stream. As we get larger, we are going to have people who fall into that category. You just got to behave yourself in the chat. Let's see here. Jack, I've been here and yapping for like an hour. Yeah, but I was in the middle of a segment. I didn't want to like put you on the spot in the middle, but like I saw you. I see you, girl. I just think Knife's deck, I just think it's funny. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I have conservative values myself, but it's really hard to find a genuine anti-human on the street. I don't know what that means.
Unfortunately, I'm pandasexual. I'm not getting any, and everyone is looking at me.
It's like a zoo in here! I really like that idea, Sake Tanuki. People keep leading other pandasexuals in here, and we just sit in here and look at each other eating vegetables. And nothing ever happens. And everyone's looking at us, waiting for us to go at it, and you know, we just want to be buds. Yeah, sorry you're blue. Bi being attraction to men and women as opposed to more than one is a common reading of bisexuality, but it's not actually it's kind of one of those things where like colloquially it's used often to mean men and women, but like the actual meaning of the word is more than one. Unironically, I love bamboo. It tastes amazing in stir fry. I really like bamboo cotton, or like whatever, not cotton, but like, you know, whatever fabric they make out of bamboo. It's really, really nice. Why did that accent veer into Al Pacino territory? Look, sometimes things happen. Yeah, rayon. Bamboo fabric is highly processed, not great for the environment. True. I like the accent you put on your end consonants. Thank you. Hey, I'm eating bamboo here. Come into my bamboo forest. Trying to get me to fuck? Well, I won't fuck. I'll show all of you how hard I can't fuck or won't fuck. That's right, I'm a pandasexual. Well, Liz Galahad, I don't think there is really a difference. I use the terms interchangeably. Yeah, gay should stick to live action. That's where I watch most of my gay content live. Physically. JK, I think gay animation's great. Let's see. Watch it live, I goddamn participate. All right. Anyway, let's jump into this segment about ICE, shall we? Let's go. Let's go, folks. You guys ready? You know what? Just for kicks and giggles, I'm going to do another 5 arm curls. I need to tone these arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go. This is gonna piss us off. Yes. All right. Whoo. Let's go. So, folks, there is this organization called ICE, and it's dedicated to, as far as I can tell as a lay observer, rounding up poor people off the streets who are darker skinned and putting them into concentration camps. So that's basically all I can ascertain from what they do. It seems like they stake out schools and courthouses where people are minding their own business and following the law, and just round them up en masse. And it's kind of scary, actually. They're usually masked. They don't identify themselves. They are stealing the people who work on taco trucks, and I love tacos, you know? So it seems like maybe these guys are bad. And I'm not alone in thinking that. Here's a new poll on immigration here from Gallup, courtesy of Prem Thakur from Zeteo News. Shout out to Zeteo. Trump approval on immigration has slipped to 35%, which that's incredible. Like, that is his strongest issue. He has a 62% disapproval rating on his strongest issue. The overall approval of immigration and immigrants is 79%. 78% of people support a pathway to citizenship. Like he's actively harming the belief in the cause that he's saying the American people gave him a mandate to pursue. And I mean, this is still a shockingly high number, but 38% support mass deportation. That's down almost 10 points from the election. It turns out that people are actually looking around and saying, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. When I was holding that mass deportations now sign, I didn't know that meant, masked thugs in like military gear were going to be like occupying our cities and arresting people who are trying to sell food and, abducting children from schools. I didn't know that was going to happen. And like, should you have known? Absolutely. There's no possible way of doing a mass deportation without incredible acts of state violence. But at the very least, it's good that the approval isn't going up. Let's maybe agree on the fact that, like, at the moment, it is good that more people are coming to the realization that this is in fact bad and undesirable, and that we should maybe fight this via the ways we have available to us. Also very interesting, a last figure here, 30% want a decrease in immigration, which is down 25%. In 2024, 55% of people polled wanted immigration to decrease. It's down by 25%. 25 points. That's crazy. You can act like the graph is actually even more wild here. Like, you can see it over time as it's tracked. And you can see it how it breaks down Republicans versus Democrats. Partisan views on immigration's effect on the US. On the whole, do you think immigration is a good thing or a bad thing for this country today? And it absolutely tanks during the 2024 election. Right here, you can see it just as like Republicans fearmonger and fearmonger and fearmonger and fearmonger about immigrants. And now suddenly that the policies are being enacted, wait, actually immigrants, what they actually form the majority of our workforce in the fields, allowing us to eat food. Oh wait, they actually are doing a lot of the menial jobs that we rely on, like cleaning and cooking and doing the things that make life possible for us in both big cities and rural areas. Wait a minute, maybe we need these people. Maybe immigrants are actually good people after all, and not all members of gangs who are here to rape and kill us. The sudden dawning realization is happening to hit, and unfortunately, it's happening to hit after the Trump administration voted to quadruple the funding for ICE and voted to make the entire Border Patrol apparatus have a budget larger than the entire military of Russia. Like, understand, like, the ballooning here has been insane. We now spend more money in this country from the federal government on, like, detaining people via ICE than we do on like building affordable housing for people who are homeless or for veterans. Like, what we're doing in this country is prioritizing a police state that is meant to weaponize itself against not just immigrants, but against all of us. this is effectively going to build, in a long-term sense, a military force that can be deployed on American soil with less oversight than the actual U.S. military. So that's not great. That's bad, actually. Now, Alan Smith, the budget that has been approved for the entire Border Patrol apparatus is essentially, like, I think it's like 150 billion, 170 billion. I forget the number right off the top of my head, but like Russia's military budget is like 130 billion. And now I do want to say there are a couple caveats here before we go into full-blown panic mode. Thankfully, this budget doesn't, it requires time to actually roll out. The money needs to be allocated and spent. A huge chunk of that money goes to building new detention facilities that are going to be concentration camps. They're going to be modeled after this alligator Auschwitz situation they have going on in the Florida Everglades. Okay? And what is going to happen with a large chunk of this money is essentially it's going to be siphoned away by the private prisons that are being contracted to build these tent cities, these concentration camps. Right? Because, of course, all of them are privatized. They're built by federal contractors. So this is, in essence, a major handout to the private prison industrial complex. And understand that, additionally, they are deliberately capping the number of immigration judges. So part of what happens in this bill, right, is that if you, say, wanted to process immigrants to get them deported faster, what you would want to do is you'd want to fully fund like immigration judges. So we have a bunch of immigration judges that can quickly process people and get them deported, right? Well, the budget bill the Republicans passed actually caps the number of immigration judges at only 100 more than we currently have. And what that means is the mass building of these camps is meant to detain immigrants long term. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, a lot of these private facilities, these again, concentration camps, they utilize the people in those camps for labor. They price phone calls to families or lawyers behind a paywall. Many of the people who are detained don't have money. So what ends up happening is if you want to call your family from one of these camps, you have to do labor. This is a concentration forced labor system, essentially. If you want to move your way through this, that's what this is going to be, right? Now, what ends up being perhaps a saving grace is that this is going to take time to fully roll out. It is going to take approval from states in order to build these camps. It is going to take the acquiescence of local city governments to build these facilities. It is going to take a lot of people who are complicit with supplying these facilities, with housing ICE agents who are staffing these facilities. It is going to take a lot of resources surrounding this to build this apparatus and get it up off the ground. Okay? So the saving grace here is that is an awful lot of money, and it's going to take time to hire the additional staff that is being added. For example, luckily right now they are only aiming at hiring around 10,000 additional ICE officers, which sounds like a lot, but understand that like basically all of ICE's resources have been deployed to like LA. And like 10,000 ICE agents is a lot. It's not enough to like occupy every city in the United States. It's just logistically not feasible. So what's going to be happening is there are going to be these raids that are ongoing to build up this kind of indentured servitude force of people coerced into doing labor. And it's going to get really, really, really bad. It's not going to get and hopefully one of the stopgaps we have here is that in 2026, Democrats are able to retake the House and the Senate, and that could provide some measure of like defense, some measure of like a wrench in the gears, as it were, to slow down the appropriation of these funds, because again, Congress has the power of the purse. So if we are able to do that, the worst aspects of this can still be countered, because a lot of this is going to try and build the infrastructure. A not insubstantial amount of this is going to towards restarting the border wall construction. Like a lot of it is going into pet projects that are effectively meaningless for any kind of real crackdown of the kind we are desperately worried about. That being said, I'm not going to bullshit you. This is going to get really ugly, and it's going to get really bad. Okay? And I think that part of our organizing demands, as we organize towards 2026, as we organize towards 2028, it needs to be front and center. We need the dismantling of this apparatus. Keep in mind, ICE is younger than basically all of you. If you are old enough to be in this chat, ICE is younger than you. Chances are. So understand that we brought it into this world and we can fucking take it out. There is no place for it in a civilized society. What we need to start doing is we need to, like, essentially call them what they are. They are our modern day secret police. They are our modern day Gestapo. We must revile them with the same kind of like hatred and revulsion we reserve for actual SS officers. These are people who are dedicating their day-to-day lives to arresting like abuelitas who are trying to sell mangoes on the side of the road. They're spending their time trying to chase down construction workers outside of Home Depots who are just there to help you build a house. You know, they're going after fucking landscapers. They're going after the people selling tacos on the corner. And they are getting like untold amounts of power. And understand that the ultimate purpose of that power does not end at arresting undocumented immigrants. It doesn't end at arresting, you know, legal immigrants. It doesn't end at arresting naturalized citizens. It ends with them arresting and detaining anyone who is inconvenient to the state. That is what this is. Understand, when you see ICE, you are seeing an active enemy, not just of you yourself, of all your neighbors, but an enemy of the very ideals that America represents. Okay? They are absolutely irredeemable. And when this is over, we must dismantle the powers that they have. We must dismantle the logistics centers they have. We must like dismantle these camps and offer pathways to citizenship for basically every single person they have detained. We must, in fact, be better. We must be better than returning to status quo. We must fix this. Okay? And, you know, this is some local reporting from Spokane, Washington. Federal government accuses 9 Spokane protesters of violence against ICE. And as you can see, they're very dangerous looking, these protesters. Just some of the most dastardly individuals you can possibly imagine. And it's truly disgusting. Let's see. FBI agents on Tuesday morning arrested and searched the home of at least one of multiple people who took part in protest against U.S. immigration and customs enforcement in Spokane. Among those arrested was former Spokane City Council President Ben Stuckert, who is charged with conspiracy to impede or injure law enforcement, according to court records. So basically, they are trying to allege that these protesters came together in a massive conspiracy against ICE, and they are in fact arresting one of the former political leaders of the city. This needs to be again. Don't let this chill your desire to protest. Okay, don't let this like prevent you from going out there and protesting. But understand, like, they might come after you. Wear a mask. Obfuscate your identity. Don't bring your phone to a protest. Okay? And also, like, continue to bring others with you. We have strength in numbers. The more people that show up to these protests, the safer we all are. Okay? And remember when I said earlier that like these people are showing up at schools and like trying to like catch children? Here's a very interesting TikTok I saw the other day about a high school coach who saved a bunch of his kids from being possibly detained by ICE or their parents detained by ICE. Let's take a look.
Academy founder Yeoman Wilder was coaching middle and high school students there on July 3rd when he says 6 ICE officers walked through the park past the basketball courts.
But I didn't really think too much about it. I just think, okay, they're ICE officers, because I'd seen them in Washington Heights before.
But then he says they approached the kids and started asking questions.
Where they're from, who are their parents, and I just thought, whoa, this is not good.
Wilder has a master's degree in law and told them they didn't need to answer those questions.
I told my kids to walk to the back of the cages, right here. And I said, they're going to invoke their Fifth Amendment rights. They're not going to say anything.
He says one of the officers raised his voice.
That's when I was called a YouTube lawyer. And I said, no, I just know how the Constitution works.
And all of the kids, he says, are American citizens.
Their parents are, from the Dominican Republic, South America, Mexican, Africa. But they're kids who are born here. They have a 14th Amendment entitlement to live here.
We've reached out to Homeland Security to verify that ICE officers were here, but have yet to get a response. Wilder says they were armed, in uniform, with clearly labeled vests.
They look like the real thing to me. From what I've seen.
I mean, honestly, the fact that this guy has to be like, well, they looked like ICE officers because they didn't provide any clear identification, of their like identities, badge numbers, etc. He has to assume that they are real ICE agents rather than absolute vigilante creeps. In some parts of the country, in conservative states, they are offering, in some cases, like essentially bounties on undocumented immigrants. There are stories of like people posing as ICE agents to make money off of those bounties.
In Washington Heights, what I saw that day.
And he's reached out to local elected officials, like Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal, who says he was right to advise the kids.
No one has the right to take you away or to get any of your information.
I never in my life thought this was going to happen on the Upper West Side in New York City. That whole thing, until it happens to you, you're not aware, and it happened to us.
Since the incident last week, the coach says he changed their practice time, but the kids and their parents are so worried that only 2 of them have been back. On the Upper West Side, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Again, this is going to hit everywhere at some point soon. They are going to try and massively ramp up their operations, and it is incumbent upon us to be ready for when these leeches on society show up demanding things from us. Okay? And when we're talking about, hey, these people are just being disappeared into ICE facilities, into these essentially concentration camps. Because again, even the existing facilities that might not have previously been considered concentration camps are now being overpopulated. They are having their maximum limits absolutely obliterated. They're putting way too many people into the existing holding facilities. And what that means is that the administration is utterly overwhelmed with the amount of people that are actually going into these facilities. And in some cases, people are just like disappearing into these facilities. They aren't, like, their names aren't being properly recorded, or and this is especially true, by the way, of trans undocumented immigrants or trans people who might be, documented immigrants who disappear into these facilities. They aren't being held under their actual names. And so some people just don't know what's been happening to them. And here is this is a person who is going to the outside of ICE facilities and trying to figure out who is in them by shouting with a megaphone at the holding facilities to get confirmation with lights or shouts that someone by that name is in the facility.
He's reading off of social media where people are saying, can you find this person? Can you find that person? Are they there? Because they don't know where their loved ones are. So people shine a light if it's them. We've been able to identify 2 people, but there's someone tapping on the wall here, and I don't know where it's coming from. What was that? Yeah, I do. Yeah, because how are you supposed to find them? If no, they won't. They're not telling people where their families are detained.
Francisco Lorenzo Martínez de Oaxaca. Francisco Lorenzo Martínez de Oaxaca.
Yeah, so we're trying to find people.
They're again. This is what ICE is doing. This is what the detention system in the United States has become. The U.S. government that is spiriting people away, disappearing them like some kind of again authoritarian government that is just treating people as disposable things, is just throwing them into a cell and forgetting about them. Okay? And it's truly, truly awful. And I just want to say shout out to Lorena Cleary on Blue Sky. Been doing a great job covering a lot of these on the ground protests that I might not otherwise be able to find. Who writes, the search for missing loved ones is international. Families all over the world are trying to find their members who have disappeared due to the U.S. government. This week, the Miami Herald obtained a list of detainees at Alligator Alcatraz, but for many others unnamed, scattered at detainment centers nationwide and even abroad, families need answers. Locally, it's clear there's no repairing the holes the government has created in our country. Many of the detained have been community members for decades. The impact is felt everywhere and growing as the numbers increase. The missing employee, the shop owner, the grandmother, the schoolmate, the fabric of the nation is being shred. And that's true. Pretty soon, we're all going to know someone who is gone. There is going to be an emptiness in our lives left by the immense damage of this evil GOP administration. These people are not disposable. They are pillars of their communities. They contribute to our collective richness as a society. And they're being thrown away. And if you think, oh, well, at least, no, they're only going after the bad ones. I got bad news for you. Here's some new information coming out of Florida, courtesy of Aaron Reichlin Melnick, who is I believe, senior fellow at the American Immigration Council. Excellent resource for you guys to look in on, by the way. Who says, Florida is sending random undocumented immigrants pulled over in traffic stops to the Everglades detention camp. And because the whole thing was set up haphazardly, they still don't have any easy way to find out if someone is detained there, like at any normal detention center or jail. And also, again, yes, enforced disappearance is a violation of international law. So the U.S. doing crimes on the regular. Cool. It's truly, truly awful. Also, one reason for this is that the Florida Highway Patrol is doing the stuff Border Patrol is doing in LA. The Washington Examiner's immigration reporter did a ride along with them and, well, basically described what were quite obviously extremely pretextual stops for immigration enforcement purposes. Here's the Washington Examiner, a conservative rag who was allowed to roll around with, the Florida Gestapo. A large truck delivering plants was pulled over for what the officer suspected was too dark a tint, which is pretty on the nose. That showed not to be the case. Again, like, literally, like, the reporter's just like, yeah, this officer said the windows were too dark, but that turned out not to be true. But, while we had them pulled over, the three men in the backseat disobeyed orders to stay inside, so the officers detained them, then asked for ID. That's when their lack of immigration status came out. And, like, you didn't pull them over because the windows were too dark. They got pulled over because the skin was too dark. Let's take a look at another one of these incidents. Next, a Florida trooper stopped a dump truck after he observed a passenger was not wearing a seatbelt, and the truck's cover was not pulled across to prevent the load from spilling out. Passenger had a DUI conviction and been deported. The driver did not have a license and had lost his privilege to operate a vehicle. And yeah, you observed the passenger wasn't wearing their seatbelt in a dump truck? Have you ever seen a dump truck before? This is just like, it's honestly just papers, please. It's literally like, you got your papers? No? We're going to send you to a concentration camp. And by the way, this isn't limited to just pretextual stops based on race. This is also fabricating assaults on ICE officers. Another ICE assault case unravels. Border Patrol and ICE are arresting U.S. citizens, and then after they find out that they are U.S. citizens, they are charging them with assault to justify their actions. This is clearly DHS policy at this point. We've seen it repeatedly now. Let's take a look at one of them, okay? Let's take a look at this one. Ramirez then allegedly ran towards the agent who is standing near the entrance of the parking lot and collided with them. The impact of the collision allegedly threw the Border Patrol agent off balance and caused the agent's phone to fall to the ground. When the agent questioned Ramirez about his citizenship, the feds claimed that Ramirez refused to talk to them, despite video footage showing that Ramirez repeatedly told agents he had his passport on him. The agent also accused Ramirez of resisting arrest and biting them on their left thigh, according to the complaint, which I don't know if you guys have seen ICE agents these days. They're like suited up like they're ready to fucking parachute into a war zone. So I doubt there's going to be a bite on your thigh, but okay. Ramirez was eventually taken into custody and transported to the Federal Detention Center on Alameda Street in downtown Los Angeles. During processing, the federal agent who arrested Ramirez confirmed that he is an American citizen, according to the complaint. On June 16th, Ramirez was released on bond. 3 weeks later, on July 6th, the U.S. Attorney's Office filed a motion to drop charges against Ramirez, which, that's so weird, because if you had solid evidence of him assaulting an officer, one would think that you would pursue those charges based on that evidence. It's kind of seems like you just arrested this guy and claimed he assaulted you in order to, I don't know, make his day bad because he inconvenienced you. These people are evil. Like, ICE agents are just evil. You should think of them as like stormtroopers from Star Wars, except less competent. Now, if you're thinking, wait a minute, wait, Jack, you were talking about the Florida Everglades concentration camp? Wait a minute, you're trying to say that like people are just, I don't know, being sent there for like no reason, like they're being detained by Florida like traffic cops and sent to a concentration camp despite like not being criminals? And yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, as well as the Miami Herald, the local newspaper of note. 250 people detained in the Florida Everglades have no criminal convictions or pending charges. Literally just people who live and work in the community who are rounded up by these goddamn Gestapo agents, ripped from their families, ripped from their jobs, and put into what is objectively inhumane conditions. They put cages in the middle of a swamp with inadequate food, ventilation, cooling, medical care, or administrative capacity to even keep track of who all's there, and then laughed about anyone who might get too out of line would get eaten by alligators. This is Gestapo shit. Now, also, I would like to point out here that members of Congress went to go visit one of these facilities. And I want to talk about this because it's, and we'll get back to Alligator Auschwitz, don't you guys worry. But also I wanted to talk about this because I think this is pretty interesting and pretty disturbing. This is Representative Veronica Escobar. This week, ICE illegally denied me entry into a processing facility in my district, and today they released a statement saying I gave the appearance of a political stunt intended to generate publicity rather than pursue genuine oversight. I have some thoughts. And I also have some thoughts. And those thoughts are, as a member of Congress, you have the it's undisputable. You have the undisputable right to, with no notice, tour an ICE facility to make sure that human rights are being maintained in said facility. You cannot deny a member of Congress entry because you think they're trying to do a political stunt. You don't get to decide that. And unfortunately, we are now in an era where the Trump administration is trying to argue that actually they can do that. They can unilaterally override Congress despite the explicit text of the law. And I just have to say, again, the court cases are piling up. The evidence is piling up, and the Supreme Court is doing nothing to rein in the Trump administration. It is deeply, deeply disturbing, to say the least. They have put the president and the executive branch above the law. So let's continue with Representative Escobar. On Tuesday morning, my staff notified ICE of my intent to conduct oversight at the Montana Avenue facility the next day. This is the process we have gone through innumerable times since I was elected, through both the Trump and Biden admins, including less than a month ago. ICE responded, informing me and my staff about their new procedures. We informed them of the law. And again, like, good afternoon. Unfortunately, we're unable to support a visit to the El Paso facility on 7/9/25. The department is now requiring requests to be made 7 calendar days in advance for scheduling. Please let us know whether we can help you schedule a future visit. And I just want to like say right off the bat, the reason they're trying to require 7 days of forewarning that a member of Congress is coming to visit is because of the absolutely unacceptable and inhumane conditions. That is the only reason to try and institute a policy like this. They are trying to, yes, they are trying to clean stuff up, to cover it up. They are trying to buy time so that they can effectively make things look as nice as they can for members of Congress. That is 100% what is happening here. A very similar thing, by the way, happened with the concentration camps in Nazi Germany. There was a specialized camp set aside by the Nazis specifically for the Red Cross to inspect. And the children and the people in that camp were given slightly better food, slightly better medical condition, slightly better like sleeping arrangements, etc. And that is because the Red Cross visited that camp. They are trying to ensure no one can visit these facilities so that they don't have to try and make things look nice, so that they can mistreat these people with all of the hatred in their hearts. That is what ICE is trying to do. I would have preferred to quietly conduct my oversight responsibilities as I always have, but ICE chose not to follow the law. These guidelines are illegal, and that deserves public scrutiny. Yeah, also, they basically just responded by quoting the law. I have every intention of continuing my oversight responsibilities and fighting back against the lawlessness of this administration every chance I get. Plus, the department, led by a secretary best known for cosplaying that she's in a war zone, should perhaps not lecture anyone on publicity stunts. That being said, I really, really wish there was a better ending to this story. It's bad.
I am the lore.
Sake Tanuki, they for the 2 tier 1 subs. Also, I gotta say, if you're trying to hold Veronica Escobar as like, oh, well, you know, at least she's doing something, I gotta say I'm pretty not pleased with how this story ends.
And next week, Mark, you're hearing it here first, I will be reintroducing a bipartisan immigration bill, the Dignity Act. My colleague, Maria Salazar from Miami, a Republican, a dear friend of mine, she and I worked 3 years ago on the first bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill introduced in the House in a decade. No bipartisan duo had done that in the House in 10 years. But she and I worked for about 7 months on a bill that addressed border security, but also legal pathways so that our country benefits from immigration. We know that if we solve the immigration challenges that we face, we can have a stronger economy, and we can do that. The bill that we're introducing next week is a little bit different given the current political environment, but I'm very excited about it. We have even more co-sponsors, original co-sponsors, than we had the first time we did it, and I am very determined to resolve this issue this Congress. And next.
Now, you might be thinking to yourselves, what does that mean? Like, obviously, whenever a Democrat, oh my God, stop. Whenever a Democrat says bipartisan, that is, well, that's interesting. Let's take a look at what's in that act, shall we? Okay. Our legislation can be broken up into 4 sections: legal status and protections for undocumented immigrants, border security, asylum reform, and visa reform. 1. Eligible undocumented immigrants could enroll in our newly created Dignity program that would grant legal status work and travel authorities, as well as protections in this permanently renewable status, which that's good, but I gotta say, I would not fault any undocumented immigrant for not trusting signing up for a program that identifies them as undocumented immigrants right now in this environment. I would not trust the US government to uphold their end of the deal on this one. 2, the border security section has funding for border infrastructure and equipment, as well as CPP agents and officers. Fuck all the way off. You just got a budget the bigger than the Russian military, and you're already trying to give them more money? Fuck you. It updates their training and provides new guidelines, such as making it unlawful to carry out immigration enforcement actions in places like schools, hospitals, places of worship, courthouses, and more. And like, okay, that's great, I guess. I don't know that they care about the law, though. So I'm worried about that as well, given the fact that they aren't currently caring about the law. 3, under current law, the only way to claim asylum is to declare your intention to seek asylum at the border. Our asylum reform section establishes 3 regional processing centers across Latin America so that immigrants can legally seek asylum without making the dangerous trek through the Western Hemisphere to the United States, which I think that one's good. I do think that one is good. I think that could help some people. But also, like, holy shit. Finally, the visa reform section addresses long-ignored backlogs to ensure our country remains competitive. It's time Congress finally addresses our broken immigration system in a fair, orderly way that benefits our country. And this bill is dead in the water. This bill is absolutely dead in the water. Democrats like this, like, there's just no hope. And like, she even saw the backlash, right? She saw the backlash to this, and her response is interesting to say the least. I know plenty of people are frustrated in the comments, but my view is that this is one single step in the right direction, and doing nothing isn't an option. Guaranteeing legal protection for over 10 million undocumented people in our country matters to me. And like, I agree that yes, but also I don't trust this government to actually follow the law. That's kind of a problem, you know? There are plenty of people with legal status who have had it summarily stripped away for literally no reason other than cruelty. Other than, well, the executive branch said they don't get it anymore. So, and I don't see how this is any different from that. One might say, well, this is passed by Congress, but like, I genuinely don't know if the current administration, I don't know that would stop them at all. Now, let's go back to this. Let's go back to Alligator Auschwitz in the Florida Everglades. One of my personal up-and-coming Democrats who I quite like, who is big in Florida, Anna Eskamani, is one of the state-level legislators who visited this Alligator Auschwitz camp. And let's listen to what she had to say about this.
Hey everyone, it's Representative Dr. Anavi Eskamani. I'm here in the parking lot at the Everglades Immigration Detention Center. We just finished our tour, which of course was scheduled and very curated. They did not allow us to speak to any detainees. They gave us about 60 to 90 seconds to look into one of the detainment tents.
I'm sorry, you're exercising oversight ability, and they have the ability to just say you have 30 seconds to look inside this tent. To see, we're treating them so well. That's why we limit how long you can look inside the tent at their conditions.
And
like, come on.
When you try to walk forward, they immediately stopped you. And of course, it was really frustrating because one of the most important things to do when you're in this situation is to have a conversation with those directly impacted. And well, we got those 60 seconds looking at this.
Now, I'm not sure if she has, I'm not sure if state level politicians have congressional authority to inspect. So it's possible that like she was subject to more conditions than like a member of Congress would be. But like, she's still a representative in the state legislature of Florida. Like, the fact that she can be bossed around by ICE agents is kind of nuts. Or Border Patrol agents.
Room with 250 people, about 32 per cage.
Yeah, by the way, they're all kept in cages inside of these tents. So 32 people per cage is look, I don't know if there's any humanity left in conservatives, but when you hear that people are being kept in literal cages and that the method of measuring how like the occupancy is, oh, there are 32 people per cage, does that not fill you with a kind of primal revulsion? Does your conscience not awaken slightly to the fact that this is what you are allowing through your support of this administration? Is there no like beating heart left in your chest that feels like any person of conscience, regardless of political party, must dedicate themselves to fighting this tooth and nail by any means you have available to you? Like, this should be one of the primary fights of our generation, because this is evil shit. Yeah, Noxie, you are 100% correct. 32 people is more than school children are in a class in many schools. In one cage.
And we're chanting freedom in Spanish. With that said, we learned that there is anywhere from, I think it was 800, 900 individuals here. They could plan to potentially go up to 3,000, 4,000 in the future. And we're just now learning that a process has been created for attorneys to talk to their clients, but the whole intention is individuals here are essentially deported within 2 weeks. And so it's so important to make sure that folks have legal representation and that they access those lawyers, but it's, of course, unclear what that process looks like.
By the way, one of the reasons you need to get involved in your local politics in a meaningful way, not in some kind of LARPy bullshit way, but like in an actual way that moves the needle, you need to go to the goddamn meetings. You need to go to the goddamn meetings. Well, Bastian, this isn't the congressperson. Anna Eskamani is in the state government of Florida. And that does, if you're in the state government, you do not have the same kind of authority as a full-blown member of Congress. Does that make sense? But like, more members of Congress should be doing this. Absolutely. And I gotta be honest, like, you got to get involved in your local level and state level governments, because one of the things we can do to stop this, one of the things you can do in your local area is make sure there is no cooperation between your local law enforcement and ICE. One thing you can do in your local government is make sure that no ICE facility or Border Patrol facility gets built and staffed in your area. Get involved in your local politics so you can say fuck no when these creeps come knocking at your door wanting to build a new private facility. Oh, it'll create jobs. You know, we're going to develop the land. It'll spur business and innovation. Get in that room so you can say fuck no. Because one of the things we need to do is we need to be the wrench in the works. We need to be breaking the gears of this machine actively until we are in a position of power to fully dismantle it. We need to slow down the rollout that they are trying to do right now in every corner of the country, slow it down until we can destroy it.
I am still processing a lot of what we just saw on this tour, and I have a lot of conversations I have to have and people I need to talk to. So I'll share more updates as we have them, but it was very frustrating that we weren't able to really talk to anyone directly impacted. And again, this is why we need that type of unfettered access like we have with any incarceral environment where we can talk to folks without being stopped.
This is why we need people and Democrats and like actual politicians who are willing to fight. We need actual people who are willing to fight, because anyone who is sitting around on their thumbs with their thumbs up their ass at this point, seeing this shit happening in the country and saying, well, don't worry. In 2026, we'll retake the House and everything will be fine. And then we'll get him in 2028. We don't have that much time. We cannot allow this to be built while we just sit around twiddling our thumbs and people around us go missing. We can't do that at all.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
God, fuck Chuck Schumer.
And the Florida.
Here, we gotta take a look. Here's another news clip here about this.
Everglades, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. They chose to hold a vigil on the 4th because they are against using the land for immigration enforcement. Channel 9's Giovanni Diaz joins us live in the studio. Gio, you spoke with the leadership group there.
Yeah, Darlene, just about 15 minutes ago, they're headed to the facility right now for that vigil that starts at 2 p.m. This comes as hundreds of Marines have been deployed to help with the operations at the new facility. As the first wave of undocumented immigrants arrived at the...
Yeah, so cool. They're deploying Marines to help staff the facility.
New detention center in the Florida Everglades on Thursday.
There's a reason why we need immediate access.
Democratic law.
Yeah. Is this what you signed up for in the U.S. military? So you could go and like station yourself around a camp in the Everglades that's holding hundreds of innocent people who have had no due process whatsoever as they are starved in cages? This is what you signed up for in the U.S. military?
Lawmakers were blocked from entering the facility. They say they wanted to see firsthand the conditions detainees would be exposed to, but they were turned away.
This process has...
Isn't that illegal? The military isn't supposed to do domestic enforcement? Well, yeah, it's also supposed to be illegal to deploy the Marines to L.A. But guess what? They did that anyway.
Occurred with no transparency whatsoever, with Governor Ron DeSantis handing out contracts to his friends to build what is essentially a concentration camp.
The Florida Division of Emergency Management cited safety concerns as the reason why they were not allowed in, but they did not go into detail.
Yeah, we can't look, we have hundreds of people here, but we can't allow any other people in because there would be safety concerns. Fuck off. This is just evil Nazi shit, and they don't want people to know what's going on. Like, full stop.
This comes as the U.S. Northern Command is sending out about 200 Marines to help ICE with immigration enforcement at the facility. They will help with administrative and logistical capabilities.
That's how they're working around deploying Marines. They're basically making the Marines do paperwork to run these centers. And that's how they're saying, oh, they're not doing law enforcement. They're just doing administrative work. Don't you get it? We're being cute.
The facility nicknamed Alligator Alcatraz will house thousands of undocumented immigrants in the process.
I tried so hard. I tried so hard in the election to avoid this outcome because I knew it was going to get this bad.
Of deportation. The structure was built in less than 10 days, and the project was led by the state's Division of Emergency Management.
And by the way, they're like all these conservatives in Florida are like, yeah, we built this in 10 days. Look at us go. We're so cool. We built an entire facility in 10 days. It's literally you put up a tent. You put up a tent and cages, and you're starving and mistreating the people who are in there. You did not accomplish any great feat here. Why do people keep asking if it's legal or not, as they aren't going to do it regardless, and then get praised for it? Well, I think because in a sane world, it should matter whether or not it's legal. I think that a lot of people are still clinging to this idea that we are in some degree of normalcy, and we just aren't. You know, we have gone off the rails, and honestly, what needs to happen is the kind of organizing that sets the stage for legal intervention that is actually effective. Like, courts are far more likely to enforce the law if there are mass demonstrations of millions of people in the streets. They are far more likely to enforce the law against an administration that is actively being opposed by millions of people. And we need to build up the organizational capacity to do that. Which, by the way, hey folks, today, the 16th, you can go and learn how to organize with Indivisible. They're doing a training session tonight. It's the first one. You should all sign up. It's very, very good. Okay? So, let's continue. Because we need our number one asset is not weaponry. Our number one asset is our labor and our ability to work together. Those are our two main abilities as citizenry of this country. And we need to learn how to utilize both of those if we have any hope of digging ourselves out of this fascist hellhole we are currently in. Okay? If you are looking to sign up for that training, by the way, here is the link for that. You can sign up for all three on this page. I'm going to link it in all of the chats. Here you go. Here you go. Takes place on the 16th, which is now today, since it's 2:25 a.m., but it takes place at 8 p.m. To 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Okay? So plan accordingly, folks. I have to imagine there's going to be some kind of way to watch it after the fact. But I don't know if that is I don't know how that is going to work. So if to cover your bases, be there tonight. Okay? You are very, very welcome, folks. As many of you that can go to that as you can, I would very much appreciate it, because we need as many people as possible. This is kind of like an all hands on deck situation to organize against this fascist administration.
The facility has faced...
How long until they just start busting into apartment complexes looking for undocumented immigrants? I'm pretty sure that's already happening.
Backlash, especially from environmental groups who say the operations will harm wildlife and native lands in the Everglades.
We're seeing not only sacred lands and wildlife and people that have had the right to be here and have had a fight for the right to be here for so long, to take that away and to call it because it's for the greater good. I don't see the point in, I don't see the relevance in that.
So there is another facility expected to open in just the next few days. This one will be in Jacksonville. Now, the big concerns that we have been seeing over and over again is who is actually going to pay for the cost of those facilities here in the state. We'll have a closer look at that coming up in the 4 o'clock news. Reporting live here in studio.
Who's going to pay for it, though? Like, I don't know. Maybe we should just, like, have a more drastic conversation about the fact that there's a lawmaker in your state talking about how there's a goddamn concentration camp that has actively been built and is actively holding people right now in 2025. Here is another lawmaker after completing their tour of the facility.
It was repeated over and over that the state is working hand in glove with ICE. This facility was inspected by ICE.
And by the way, this is going to be one of the big differences. If you live in a blue state, you need to mobilize all of the resources at your disposal in order to make sure you get active in your political scene, because what we're seeing happening in Florida is preventable. It is preventable in blue states where you can amass enough power. 100%. If you mobilize your local political resources, you can, in fact, stop them from building facilities. You can, in fact, stop your local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE and Border Patrol. And I would argue you have an imperative duty to try and do that.
They review their detention standards. They are using...
It will make it much, much easier for protesters to protest ICE if some or all of you get involved in stopping the political machinations that are required for them to expand their operations.
Cages. These detainees are living...
What about me? I'm in a red state. You should still be organizing towards that end anyway. I'm just saying it is not a foregone conclusion that we can stop this. And we should be trying to do that.
In cages. The pictures that you've seen don't do it justice. They are essentially packed into cages, wall-to-wall humans, 32 detainees per cage. The only thing inside those cages are their bunk beds, and there are 3 tiny toilets that are toilet units that have a sink attached to it. So they essentially drink, they get their drinking water and they brush their teeth, where they poop in the same unit. They bragged that they went above standards, supposedly, and gave them a 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length inside the 32 detainee cage, a 3-foot privacy wall that stretches the length of the 3 toilets in a row. The showers provide no privacy at all. There are no curtains on it. It's a big open shower unit. There are, small walls in each shower, but we're talking about all 900 men who are held in this facility. It is built currently for 1,000, and they have no privacy at all when they're showering. For meals, when we walked through the quote-unquote meal prep area, the kitchen area, for lack of a better term, the portion they had the...
Just as an FYI, if someone has to say the kitchen area for lack of a better term, it's not a kitchen area. I hope you guys understand that.
Portions that were available for detainees, and they had the portions that were available for employees being prepared at the same time. The portions available for employees, large pieces of roast chicken, large sausages, and the detainees' lunches were a small, gray turkey and cheese sandwich, an apple, and chips, and that's it. We're talking about fully grown men being fed very small portions. Let's be clear.
And that is, by the way, during congressional oversight. So this is their version of a cleaned up camp.
It's a bit hard to take from someone who would celebrate these conditions in Gaza.
It really is. I very much despise this woman. But that being said, the information we are receiving is still good and useful in this particular situation. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sakit Tanuki. I do appreciate that. And ultimately, we know what the conditions within this camp are like based on testimony from people inside of it. And understand that when they're talking about the food made for the guards, food made for the detainees, this was the good version of the food made for detainees. This was the good version, guys. They, like other reports from this same camp, after it had been in operation for like a week, were that like the food was moldy and like had vermin inside of it, had like bugs and shit. Like this is the better version. And I do want to really emphasize here, they are arresting people and putting them in this camp solely based on skin color. And you don't have to believe me on that one because, well, this is an interesting little report here. Wow. Again, from Aaron Reichlin Melnick. Wow, a lawyer told Miami Herald that a Florida Highway Patrol agent told her that they were calling Border Patrol to investigate anyone who appears Hispanic that they pull over. Now, this is Florida Highway Patrol telling a lawyer this. One of the active agents enforcing this told a lawyer that they're arresting anyone who appears Hispanic that they pull over. Let's read this. Magdalena Cupris said she has 3 clients at the state facility. In the case of one of her clients, a Honduran man with a pending asylum application as a victim of human trafficking, which, like, holy shit. Imagine you're a victim of human trafficking, and now you're being trafficked by the U.S. government. Cupris said she was able to land a bond hearing, but she remains puzzled by his detention. She said her client was originally held at a U.S. Customs and Border Protection building in Dania Beach for about a week after he was stopped at a truckway station in Florida by Florida Highway Patrol officers on June 25th. He has a valid driver's license, Cupris said. She still doesn't know why he was detained that day. The Honduran man called her when he was stopped, and an FHP officer took the phone and told her that anyone who appears Hispanic needs to be sent to CBP to have their license verified, she said. Cupris didn't name her client publicly, but the Herald/Times was able to independently confirm he is a detainee at the facility. So they're saying, oh, well, you know, we have to verify your documents. It doesn't even matter if you have valid documents in Florida. They're saying, oh, yep, you know, look, we got to verify the documents. So we got to send you to the concentration camp. That's what's happening. It's real bad, guys. It's real bad, guys. They're just arresting anyone brown. Yeah, I honestly, like, fucking get out of Florida. And, like, understand, like, there's a real human cost to all of this. Okay? There's a real human cost to all of this. One of those costs is that nursing homes are going to be forced to shut down because they cannot hire enough staff. Immigrants have historically been a huge component of the labor that keeps nursing homes running. And a lot of people don't want to work at nursing homes. So, like, there are industries that are just going to shut down because there's no one left who's willing to take the risk to do that kind of work because it just makes them an easy target for ICE. Okay? Additionally, like, the cost to children who are U.S. citizens, like, this is awful. From the Santa Barbara Independent. God, I've been talking for a long time. Children left alone after mothers arrested in immigration raid. I just hope I get my mom back, says 15-year-old Juan Martinez, who is now caring for his brothers 8 and 9. Our government is disappearing mothers, ripping apart families, and forcing children to take care of themselves. Because you know what? If 15-year-old Juan Martinez doesn't take care of his brothers, what ends up happening is they all get ripped apart in foster care. Thursday morning, 15-year-old Juan Martinez received a frantic call from his mother. She told him immigration and customs enforcement agents were right outside the Glass House Farms complex where she worked and would enter at any moment. She was rushed, said Martinez. She was panicking. Martinez didn't know what to do. It was really, really stressful. He said, I couldn't drive over there. I couldn't do anything. I was helpless. The next communication from Martinez's mother came at 11:36 a.m., close to the end of her regular 3 a.m. to 12 p.m. shift. In a hushed voice text, she said she was in custody in a van and being taken to Los Angeles. She told him to take care of his brothers, and that made me cry, Martinez said. Fuck, man. An undocumented migrant from Guerrero, Mexico. She had been living and working in Southern California for 16 years and has no criminal record, Martinez said. Martinez has not heard from her since. Meanwhile, he's doing his best to look after his two siblings, ages 8 and 9. I'm actually really lost right now, he said. I don't know what to tell them because I don't want them to freak out because they're little. They're little kids. Martinez said their home has enough food to last them the next few days, and he's in touch with family members in Northern California to decide what to do next. I'm trying to figure all that out, he said. He's also been speaking with a Santa Barbara attorney who's trying to stop his mother's deportation. In previous administrations, Anaya said, ICE agents would use discretion when determining who to arrest during their enforcement operations. Parents or guardians of young children would often not be detained and instead receive a summons to appear in court. Now, Anaya said anyone and everyone is being captured in the dragnets. There is a real human cost to immigrants disappearing from our communities, to our grandmothers and grandfathers, to the children who live and play in our communities. There is a cost to these people disappearing. They're human beings. They are part of our homes. And I believe I've talked about this article before, but this piece in The Atlantic is, at the very least, interesting. An interesting look at how the internal psychology of these Gestapo officers is faring. Trump loves ICE. Its workforce has never been so miserable. And honestly, bully them harder. Honestly, make it so toxic to admit that you work for ICE that, people will spit on you if you're in public and they find out that's what you do. You cage people for a living. You hunt people for a living. This should be at one of the most despicable things someone can admit to you. Okay? They should understand that taking a paycheck from this organization makes them like an untouchable in our society. You know, and it's genuinely awful. Yeah. As angry onlookers attempt to shame ICE officers with obscenities and activists try to dox them, officers are retreating further behind masks and tactical gear. It's miserable, one career ICE official told me. He called the job Mission Impossible. I recently spoke with a dozen current and former ICE agents and officers about morale at the agency since Trump took office. Most spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of losing their job or being subjected to a polygraph exam. They described varying levels of dissatisfaction, but weren't looking to complain or expecting sympathy, certainly not at a time when many Americans have been disturbed by video clips of masked and hooded officials or officers seizing immigrants who are not engaged in any obvious criminal behavior. The frustration isn't yet producing mass resignations or major internal protests, but the officers and agents describe the workforce on edge, vilified by broad swaths of the public, and bullied by Trump officials demanding more and more. Despite Trump's public praise for ICE officers, several staffers told me that they feel contempt from administration officials who have implied they were too passive, too comfortable under the Biden administration. Some ICE employees believe the shift in priorities is driven by a political preoccupation with deportation numbers rather than keeping communities safe. Yeah, no shit, Sherlocks. No fucking shit. Yeah, we're starting to feel like maybe this is a political endeavor, and when we're arresting the abuelita trying to sell mangoes on this, by the road, like, maybe we're not actually keeping our communities safe. Yeah, no shit. At ICE's Homeland Security Investigations Division, which has long focused on cartels and major drug trafficking operations, supervisors have waived agents off new cases so they have more time to make immigration enforcement arrests, a veteran agent told me. Quote, "No drug cases, no human trafficking, no child exploitation," the agent said. "It's infuriating." The longtime ICE employee is thinking about quitting rather than having to continue arresting gardeners. Yeah, it's honestly just like a lot of these guys basically saying like, yeah, we need more facilities. We need more manpower. We can't do everything they're asking us to do. And it's just like, it's just dissatisfaction with the mechanism, the system that they are in, rather than the actual content of what they're doing. They've already been trained to view the people they're detaining as subhuman, Now, I do think, and I saw this idea being floated, and I think that unfortunately it has some legs to it, which is the idea of people who have quit ICE potentially should be elevated and like used as like rallying points to say, yeah, what ICE is doing right now is beyond abhorrent. So there is a part in this article here. Several career officials have been pushed out of leadership roles. Other employees have decided to quit. Adam Boyd, a 33-year-old attorney who resigned from ICE's legal department last month, told me he left because the mission was no longer about protecting the homeland from threats. Quote, "It became a contest of how many deportations could be reported to Stephen Miller by December," Boyd said. He told me that he saw frustration among ICE attorneys whose cases were dismissed just so officer teams could grab their clients in the hallways for fast-track deportations that pad the stats. Some detainees had complex claims that attorneys have to screen before their initial hearings to ensure due process. Others have strong asylum cases were likely to end up back in court later anyway. The hallway arrests sent the message that the immigration courts were just a convenient place to handcuff people. Some ICE attorneys, quote, "are only waiting until their student loans are forgiven and then they're leaving," he said. And it's like, I think maybe like if we get like some kind of sympathetic person to like throw up there and be like, yeah, this guy is a whistleblower. He's showing that this is actually not at all about justice and is in fact just vilifying immigrants because they're brown, because Stephen Miller's a goddamn racist. Like that might be an effective way to like reach some people. I don't know. Like I'm kind of looking for additional ideas. How do you reach people who aren't reached by the stories we've already gone over? This has been a hugely long segment. How do you reach people whose heart hasn't been stirred to action by what we've talked about already. You know? They get their student loans forgiven for being in ICE. Yeah, a lot of government, people who work for the U.S. government get their student loans forgiven. You can't? I mean, I think maybe you can, but I genuinely don't know. My hope is always that you can reach someone with the right message, but I genuinely don't know. But ultimately, guys, I think there are a couple paths forward here. Okay? And the answer is if this is all we can reach, if everything we've covered so far is the entirety of what we can actually reach with our messaging, then so be it. What do we have left to do? Right? Well, here is a story that, I don't know, made me feel some measure of hope. Let's take a look at this.
The latest video to send shockwaves from San Diego immigration court through the immigrant community is actually not of an immigrant, but a 71-year-old U.S. citizen named Barbara Stone.
I was surprised. It felt like an out-of-body experience.
Stone was handcuffed and held by federal agents for 8 hours on Tuesday, according to her family.
This is from the handcuffs, so I have a large bruise there. I feel mentally and psychologically traumatized.
In video of the incident, which was shared with NBC7, you see the moment tensions boiled over and an officer says Stone pushed her. She pushed me. Stone denied.
She pushed me. Fuck off. Like, biggest fucking babies. You work for the literal U.S. Gestapo. No, this 71-year-old lady pushed me. Fuck off. God, that makes me so mad. But genuinely, if a 71-year-old lady can go out there and resist ICE, so can you. If a 71-year-old lady can go out there and stand up for what's right, so can you.
That NBC7 made several attempts to contact ICE about the incident, but was referred to a different agency under the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Protective Service, and we've yet to hear back. NBC7 spoke with Stone's husband, Gershon Shafir, the day his wife was detained.
She is a soft-spoken person who was here to protect innocent refugees. And she is the last person in the universe who would hit an agent or interfere with their work.
Stone was at the court to observe proceedings and how the federal agents act, which is legal and, according to Ruth Mendez of Detention Resistance, a First Amendment right.
The fear is very, very here, and the volunteers that are showing up today are now coming knowing that there might be a risk of our own detention.
Understand, remember earlier when we talked about how ICE has been fabricating stories of assault? This is exactly what we're talking about. They don't have proof that that lady pushed that ICE agent, and she's a 71-year-old lady, and that woman was very clearly, like, I don't know, 25. And, like, they aren't going to try and substantiate that in court. What they're going to do is they're going to slap bogus assault charges on this 71-year-old lady and then drop them after a couple weeks. That's exactly what's going to happen with cases like this. They attempt to intimidate you and waste your time and effort and energy to dissuade you and people like you from getting involved and resisting what they are doing. The Gestapo shit.
No charges have been pressed against Stone, but her family says her phone was confiscated. Mendez worries there will be invisible impacts, like people deciding not to volunteer. You hear an officer in the video suggest more people could have been detained.
Clear the way. Everybody's going to start getting detained. The message that it sent was very clear. For us to be afraid to come back and do the work that we're doing.
But Stone, for one, is determined to go back and continue that work.
We are all immigrants. We all came from other countries. I find it surreal.
Stone says she had to ask several times for a lawyer. We're still waiting to get more information from Homeland Security.
And we're still waiting to get more information from Homeland Security. But if that 71-year-old lady can be manhandled by ICE and still be willing to go back in the fray, you all can be brave too. I know that it's scary. I know that it's really intimidating. But we, each and every one of us, have the capacity to contribute to this resistance in the way we can. Okay? And we must. And I'm going to share one last thing to kind of round out this incredibly long segment. And it's a Substack written by Ezra Levin. He's one of the co-founders of Indivisible. And he wrote a Substack titled "What I Heard at an ICE Detention Facility." And I'm just going to read it in its entirety for y'all because I think it is, I think it's important. I think it's important. Okay? So here we go. Yesterday, I protested outside an ICE detention facility and visited with an Indivisible member detained there. As I covered last week with the passage of the big bullshit bill, ICE is now the largest law enforcement agency in the country. So I want to tell you about my experiences this weekend because I think a lot of us, especially us white native-born Americans, are going to need to get better acquainted with these secret police headquarters in the weeks and months to come. This action took place as part of Washington State's statewide convening in Tacoma. Across the country, we're seeing Indivisible statewide groups host these types of statewide convenings to bring local Indivisible groups together, build connections across the movement, and develop strategic plans for coordinated local, state, and federal action. If you're looking for inspiration, take a look at Washington's agenda. At their two-day convening, Washington State Indivisible group leaders heard from their state and federal elected officials trained on responding to ICE by local immigrant rights groups and co-designed campaigns to put into place at the local and state levels. I sat in on a campaign strategy breakout session on demasking ICE. When Indivisible groups around the state started planning a local and state campaign to use their blue state and blue city power to push back on Trump's secret police force. One member of Indivisible, Skagit, was notably not present, Lalo. You can read about his story in The Guardian. Lalo is a farm worker, organizer, and community leader. He joined Indivisible Skagit to help link the Indivisible world with the farm worker world. But he was detained earlier this year when an ICE agent broke the window of his car with his wife in the passenger seat and forced him out. He's been held in the Northwest ICE Processing Center in Tacoma for the last 111 days. While a crowd gathered outside, singing, chanting, and playing music in solidarity with Lalo, I visited with him in this privately run detention center, a dystopian scene in a remote part of Tacoma. I asked Lalo if he had a message to share with those gathered outside and the many more he knew were rooting for him. He did, and it was simple. Keep paying attention. Keep organizing. Just as we were getting ready to hit send on this newsletter, we learned that Lalo had opted for voluntary departure to Mexico due to the inhumane conditions at the detention center. The cruelty here really is the point. In a statement today, Lalo committed to remaining in the fight for justice wherever he ends up, and he urged all of us to do the same. I encourage everyone to stay strong and keep fighting. There are many actions you can be a part of. For example, show up at a protest, attend your city council meetings, use your First Amendment right, talk to your representatives, let them know your concerns. I'm furious at what this vicious regime is doing to Lalo. I also know they're doing it to thousands of others. This regime is ripping people away from their families, tearing communities apart, disappearing our parents, siblings, neighbors, and friends to unimaginable conditions in camps here and abroad. You can contribute to Lalo's legal fund here. I'll link the entire article, which has a couple of supporting links here. And I hope you'll follow his advice to keep organizing, keep taking action. We've got a number of to-dos below, and I especially want to pull out number 2 on the list, our 1 Million Rising series on strategic non-cooperation. That's Wednesday, and we'll have a special What's the Plan on Thursday with authoritarianism expert Erica Chenoweth of 3.5% fame as a guest. If you're looking for next steps, this is it. In solidarity, Ezra Levin, co-executive director of Indivisible. And I'm going to show it on screen here so you can see. Weekly to-dos. Prepare to march this Thursday at a Good Trouble Lives On Day action near you. There's a link in this article to that. Here, let me blow it up a little bit more. There we go. Each day brings new attacks on our rights as the Trump regime chips away at our democracy, but in the tradition of the late John Lewis, Americans across the country will rise up this Thursday in a mass nonviolent demonstration for freedom and justice. Learn the tools of strategic non-cooperation to fight authoritarianism at our 1 Million Rising training series beginning this Wednesday. There's no escaping it. Trump and his enablers are becoming bolder, and our slide toward authoritarianism is accelerating. With institutions failing to meet the challenge, it falls to us, the pro-democracy majority, to defeat fascism. Join this training to help lead the fight within your networks and pass on these skills to others. Contact state and local Dems to demand action against masked ICE abductions. If you live in a blue city or state with a Democratic trifecta, your Democratic governor, mayor, and lawmakers have the power to stop secret police tactics like abductions by masked ICE agents. Our blue state defiance toolkit helps people to identify who to contact and what to call for. Number 4, join our Fight Back with Friends training on Tuesday, July 22nd. For new tools to help get your friends and family off the sidelines. We all know someone who wants to join our fight, but isn't sure where to start. Fight Back with Friends is a new program designed to break down that barrier. Each call details ways to get your friends involved in specific, impactful tactics to defend our rights, our safety, and our democracy. Tuesdays will focus on our upcoming 1 Million Rising campaign. More info below. Join our What's the Plan call on Thursday at Indivisible. Co-founders break down the latest news and take questions from the movement. By the way, I cannot I cannot emphasize enough how useful I have found these. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Do you guys keep commenting because you want me to say like you want me to say skajit? Like you. Are you trying to like get me to like revisit the part where I already missaid the word, even though it's not coming up again? Like, I don't know what you guys want from me. I feel like I understand that I mispronounce words sometimes, but like, it's disturbing to me that this is the main thrust of what we're talking about when I. Okay, anyway. Let's see. Check out Truth Brigade tools for pushing back on the regime's efforts to silence dissent. Americans care deeply about free speech, so enemies of the First Amendment have to justify their attacks on constitutionally protected speech with lies and fear-mongering. This month, our disinformation fighting Truth Brigade team has some expertly crafted messaging you can share to help expose those authoritarian tactics. And again, pitch for the the anti-authoritarian 1 Million Rising training, which again, mark your calendars. Here are the three different dates: July 16th, July 30th, August 13th. Mark them on your calendars. It's quite important. Also, Kid Not Kin, thank you very much for the raid. I'm going to link this all one more time in chat because it's quite important. There you go. There you go. There you go. Cool. So it's you know, you kind of got your marching orders here, you know? Go to your local Indivisible meetings. Go to your local Indivisible protests. Get trained up. Figure out how to get others in your life trained up. And like make a difference. We each and every one of us have to pull our weight when it comes to this stuff. That's what we got to do. So I'm a little emotionally burnt out by that. I don't know about you guys, but hope you'll still show up later today, tomorrow, especially. Fuck these Gestapo ghouls. It's really cool that they're doing trainings for future organizationing. Most of the far leftists I know complain about that from other groups. I mean, like, one of the big things we need to do is make sure that this movement is sustainable and has numerous leaders across the country. Part of the entire premise of Indivisible is that there is no like direct leadership where, like, even if Ezra and Leah get arrested by the Trump administration, there are going to be plenty of other people with the training and capacity to take their place and continue organizing even without them. Like I like that this is an organization dedicated to achieving the end result of defeating this fascist movement, and we need to find solidarity in that goal, you know? It's terrifying. Even after 9/11, when I thought the country had gone insane with bloodthirsty patriotic racism, it wasn't like this. I mean, it was like this for like a very specific portion of the population. You know, Muslim Americans were terrified, I think, but this is on a I feel like this is on a completely different scale. You're right about that. No, Muslim Americans weren't being rounded up like this on this scale, but there were plenty who were being rounded up by police and discriminated against. No, we were not building concentration camps, as far as I know. Apparently, if I can't physically predict that a topic is over, I'm an asshole, so I'm outie. Literally, no one said that. But if you want to leave, that is your prerogative. It's just local pride. Won't believe how it's just local pride. You wouldn't believe how American mispronunciation of our place names grinds my gears. Something we can do rather than us feeling powerless. That's fair. Have I ever been to Regina? No. I feel hopeless. Well, I gave you a list of things you can do to feel a little bit less hopeless. Part of feeling hope is fostering a sense of agency.
Joined a new socialist party starting up in my state down under. Getting busy organizing in my own neck of the woods.
Punk Monk, good job. I bet that feels like I bet that feels nice. Getting busy organizing would benefits all of us everywhere, you know? Australian socialists? Hell yeah. Other administrations have had tent cities, Obama and Biden as an example. Remember how the first Trump singled out the tents of Obama? However, it was not this bad, and still the other laws applied. Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, what we're dealing with when it comes to Donald Trump are the failures of neoliberalism, the failures of Obama, the failures of Biden. You know, like a lot of what is happening right now is directly attributable to the colossal failure of both of those men in their positions. Guantanamo Bay was close to a concentration camp after 9/11. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Getting active IRL was a major part in combating hopelessness and depression. It really is. It's like the only solution. You have to take action. You can't just wait for hope to spark. Also, Hillary and Kamala for not making any better stance than them. That's true.
Getting busy organizing would unironically get a number of new recruits if they realize relationships may come from it.
Genuinely, if you want to meet new friends, if you want to meet like new smooch buddies, like organizing with like-minded people is genuinely one of the best ways to do it. It maximizes your time spent around other people who also give a shit about things, and that's generally a pretty sexy attribute to have. It's obvious I have zero community, then you gotta go find one, bud. Neoliberals still bombed 1 million Muslims in the Middle East. Well, yeah. Again, that would be one of the failures I would have attributed to Obama and Biden. What's the over-under on a mutiny? Like 0% at the current moment. Well, I don't necessarily feel the need. I don't think we necessarily need to compare Gaza to the global war on terror. I feel like they're very different things that are both very bad in their own ways. Like and I say that as knowing that that is one of the biggest understatements you could possibly say about they're bad. But yeah. Yeah, the Budapest Pride protest this year was great. I heard some estimates that it might have been up to 500,000 people. I don't know if that's accurate. I've seen a lot more that say over 200,000. But either way, that's great. And I believe like the total population of the country is like what 6 million? Am I wrong? 9.5 million. So like I don't know, 200,000, 500,000 people showing up is actually like a significant chunk of the population, which is great. Can I chat now? Yeah, you can. Hey, Kid Not Ken, how you doing? Konami the Alpha, can I just say I really do appreciate when you post little emojis like that. I like it. Orban shaking in his boots. One can hope. Orban has persisted far longer than I would have hoped. good considering all the pedofascism. Yeah. 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 Beep boop. Kind of irritated with my partner for the way she handled that on Riverboat Chat. I mean, I was prickly, mostly because I'm talking about like a fucking. I'm going to mispronounce names and place names, and I do apologize for that. I do my best. I don't think anyone's an asshole for correcting me, but sometimes it's frustrating when I'm talking about like, hey, here's what you could do to fight the encroaching forces of fascism and erect barriers to protect your communities, and like the chat's talking about pronunciation that I fucked up. Like, I'm sorry, I probably was pricklier than I should have been. Heard you talking about Indivisible. Do you organize with them? Yeah, I've been doing some organizing and getting people involved with that because I think it's really, really important that we have a big tent opposition to fascism. And they seem to be, at the very least, effective at getting people out on the streets. And I think the more people we get out, the better. Have I heard about Ibrahim Traore? The name sounds familiar, but I have no idea what from. No one is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. Absolutely, Simric. You got it. You understood what we've been talking about. You got the gold star. Palate cleanser where we talk about the granular politics of other countries like Laos and Italy and Kazakhstan. I would love that. Do you have any idea how much I would love being able to dedicate like how much I would love to be able to dedicate like time to research a segment about like the history of like, I don't know, the coal mining wars. Do you have any idea how much I would enjoy being able to like just buy a couple books, read them, and like tell you all a tale of Mother Jones? It'd be so much fun. I would really, really enjoy that. And I think a lot of you would get something out of understanding our place in a broader movement of workers that have worked and bled for a better future. I think that'd be great. I have a bone to pick with them about the No Kings website. I don't know who designs the website. But as far as I know, the No Kings website isn't being used anymore because they're doing new sites for each organizing event. The next one is like 2 days from now. It's the Good Trouble Lives On protest. How about a stream on Turkish Kemalism? I don't know what that is. But I would be happy to do a deep dive on that sometime because I like learning new things, guys. Just you want the geopolitical breakdown of the entire continent of Africa? That's a no. That's like a month-long project minimum. But man, that'd be cool if I had the time to talk about that instead of fascism at our doorstep. Tell them. I mean, I don't have like a line to like indivisible national or anything like that. It's I also don't think you have to sign up for No Kings. Like I don't think you can just show up. But I do think mobile I do think like data concerns are important. Sorry, I'm looking at their privacy policy right now. Yeah, I think if privacy is the main concern, I think one of the from what I'm getting from their privacy policy, the premise is that like they are doing it all of this organizing out in the open, and so like if you do register like a new event, like your name's going to be public, and that's kind of like a risk you take on. But like other people don't have to register to go to your protest, is my understanding. I mean, I think that they legally have to hand it over to law enforcement if asked. Like if law enforcement comes for with a warrant, I think they have to. But like, I agree that is a concern. Nasho Hash, they're treating my ears well. Yeah, I have no sway over what or how they handle their data. I'm sorry. Like I'm not like paid by Indivisible or like an official team member. I just think it's a good project to get people involved in to, get out the door. What? Why is this person asking to be unbanned? Who is this? I don't know why that person's asking to be unbanned. I'll consider it on a new day. Yeah, I agree there is a risk. I think they've talked about this before on their like organizing streams. I remember having like a concern about that as well, and if I'm recalling, they addressed it uh at least enough that I felt comfortable using the sites. But yeah, understandable. I think there was one of their what's the plan organizing videos that they put out that addressed this, but I don't remember which one. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more helpful. Also, folks, we've been going for over 6 hours. If it sounds like I'm losing a little bit of steam, that's probably because I am. How is 5051 even run? I genuinely have no idea. My understanding is it's a bunch of well-meaning people who come together and do the best that they can. I don't know that they have like I don't know that 5051 has like a public organizational structure. My understanding it's a bunch of people who came together off of like Reddit or something. But yeah. What is this, Banana Brain? Oh, I've seen this before. It's some good shit.
Fresh air, freedom, and darkness. Perfect. How shall we celebrate? I know a couple of poor, defenseless museums, but then again, I also know a couple of hotels.
Tonight's not over yet. There's more work to be done.
Of course there is. You do know how to kill the mood. Do you ever take the night off? Do you ever take the suit off?
Not on nights like this, Selena. It's what I do.
Fine. I guess I'll hit an art gallery or two while the big bad bat's distracted.
You're not going to thank me?
Why? It's what you do.
Goddamn. Good shit. I guess my main thing is that if we are genuinely so cooked that the government is mass arresting everyone, the millions of people who have participated in like No Kings or like the other mass mobilization events, like we have immediately other concerns, like that we are then talking about like, oh shit, we're not just talking about like protesting against ICE. We're like, we gotta like arm up our communities. We gotta like barricade the streets. You know, like we're talking like an entirely different situation, and I'm not sure that we have to escalate to that yet. Let's see. But I understand. I kind of view it as like this is a fundamentally flawed, but also like it's the only boat I got. You know, like I don't have a better organizing structure to direct people to, and I don't know how effective giving like basically just saying go organize yourselves, dumbasses. Like I don't know how effective that is. This is the only effective mechanism I've seen actually radicalize people like my mom or like people in this community, and it's just you know I got nothing else. If there's a better alternative, I'm open to that, but I don't have one. '5051 has a national organization and local organizers. I learned from '5051 National breaking ties with '5051 Utah for using armed peacekeepers. Oh yeah, that was a fucking shit show. Rat girl, rat girl, rat girl, rat girl. Let's see. Yeah, like it is super unfortunate. I wish that I wish I had a better organizing apparatus to direct people to, but I just I don't have one. Is '5051 Utah disbanded? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of all organizing activities in the United States, sadly. Oh yeah, like there are things that I do think are intentional honeypots, like that mass strike now national strike now, whatever. There's like a weird website floating around about like a national strike, and I feel like that's a honeypot to get like federal employees to sign up and then like prosecute them for breaking like the law. But a few, I don't think, I think Indivisible has been above board, and like I do have concerns about their data privacy, but the necessity of organizing for me outweighs the potential risks. Ooh, Indivisible was a bit overwhelming for my mom's society lady friends, so I turned them to Red Wine and Blue. There's an org. There's literally an org for wine moms? That's wonderful. Red Wine and Blue. Jesus Christ, that's cringe. I love that for them. Honeypot isn't only a thing on the dark web. No, it's definitely a whole thing. Thanks, Superjet guy. Wasn't fishing for that. We'll still take the compliment. Man, I hope your DSA chapter is working in other capacities to stop this ICE shit from happening, because, like, damn, I understand the desire for consistency, but, like, fuck, we need to organize in solidarity with one another against this fascism. Reminder at protests, if someone tries to encourage you to be violent, they are a Fed. 1000%, Cliff. 1000%. Let's see. My mom loves wine. Wait, I don't think you have to be a okay, hot take. I don't think you have to be a fancy lady to be a wine mom. I think all that's required is kind of being milfy and, you know, occasionally drinking wine. I think that's all that's required to be a wine mom. And hell, you don't even have to be all that milfy, okay? You don't have to, the milfiness is optional. Yeah, walking the carpet, learning organizational skills from Indivisible could definitely help you get a DSA chapter off the ground. And if you need additional help, you can always reach out to GamerG on the Discord if you haven't yet already. GamerG is kind of like our DSA whisperer and helps to kind of get people started, you know? Australia has a national pastime called Goon of Fortune, and it's certainly not... What the fuck does that mean? You can't just say that without explanation. What does that mean? Explain yourself, Australian. I did reach out there, but I think I walking neon carpet, I guarantee you, there's no way you could possibly annoy GamerG with too many questions about DSA. What is this? What is this?
Whoa! If it hits your head, you have to drink. Oh no! Fuck that shit.
What's in the bag? What's in the bag? What are they drinking? Is it just alcohol? Oh, it's a wine. That makes a lot of sense in context. This is so silly. Are Australians aware of what goon can also mean? Are Australians aware of gooning in the sexual context? Has that made it down there yet? Culture, that's what it is. I mean, unironically, this is kind of the birthplace of culture. It's short for flagoon. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. I had a very different mental image of what goon of fortune might entail, and I'm a bit embarrassed about how smutty my mind is. Anyway. Goon of fortune predates gooning by decades. The ultimate goon. A decades-long goon. I could show you what it means to goon. No, thank you. Is gooning respectfully a thing? I mean, I guess there's probably like a respectful way to goon. Goon of Fortune is a remarkably different game in the US. Whomst among us hasn't gooned for decades? Jesus. GG, good goon. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. Thank you, chat. What sort of treasure does one get while gooning? The treasure of a job well done. Nothing. No, there's nothing inherently disrespectful about gooning. You know, like you can goon if you want to. You can leave your goon behind. You get to suck on a tasties. I can't. You guys are being too much. Oh god. Chat, you're filthy. You're all filthy. Boys, girls, and non-binary pals. Filthy, I say. Harumph. Well, I'm not wrong. You're not. You are technically correct. The best kind of correct. We've had an interesting stream today. We've really oscillated between like the peak of comedy to like the depths of like misery and sadness and determination. And now we're back to what we do best, sucking on sacks with the pals. Oh god. Was Jack about to call me a Nyan binary? Yes. Filthy boys, and in some cases, gals. Oh god, all we need is a dildog. I don't know how to handle that in this situation. I don't know. You guys can't just throw a dildog at me and not do anything with it. Sucking on sex. Oh god, you guys. I'm considering a dildog emote. I hope it's just Dogbert but elongated. That's what I have in my mind when I hear dildog. Oh god, take it back to the barter system and call yourself jack of all trades. The issue with that is that if you call yourself a jack of all trades, it's like it's short for the phrase jack of all trades, master of none, and it's like, well, then I'm just calling myself bad at things. And I guess it's a cool way to call yourself bad at things, but I like to think I'm good at some things. Gooning to Predator reactors. Oh god. I just went with a dildo with dildo forelegs. I don't know what that means. God. Better a jack of trades but a master of none than a master of one. Oh, that's I didn't know that was the original phrase. That's actually great. Is Dildog a woman's best friend? No, only a certain type of woman. I'm either way too old, too demi, or too autistic for this combo. I think I'm at my limit, guys. I gotta go. Good night, you silly little billies. And remember, tell ICE to fuck off. And I'll talk to you all tomorrow. I gotta figure out the schedule is gonna be a bit weird tomorrow because I also want to go to this training that is happening in the evening. So we might also have a late stream tomorrow, or we might have an earlier stream tomorrow. Depending on some other moving pieces that I have to nail down. But yes, we will raid Real Radhom, a real rad friend. And with that, good night, folks. See you tomorrow. Bye.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.